Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C4, Economic Action Plan 2013 Act Number 2. Resuming debate on the amendment of Ms. Nash.
Resuming debate, may please the débat. The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pleasure that I rise today to speak on our economy and on the Second Budget Implementation Act of our government's Economic Action Plan 2013. The implementation of these remaining provisions will have a tremendously positive impact on the lives of all Canadians. While many of the changes in Bill C4 are technical in nature, many provide clear benefits for all Canadians. Our Conservative government is focused on what matters to Canadians: growing the economy, helping create jobs, balancing the budget, and reducing the cost of government. We are achieving this with the longest-serving finance minister in the G7 at the helm, providing Canada with strong fiscal leadership, management, and responsibility. Our actions have not gone unnoticed. Both the IMF and the OECD expect Canada to be among the strongest growing economies in the G7 over this year and next. The World Economic Forum has rated Canada's banking system as the world's most sound for the 5th year in a row. 3 credit rating agencies, Moody's, Fitch, and Standard & Poor's, have all reaffirmed their top rating for Canada and expect it will maintain its AAA status in the year ahead. Canada's fiscal fundamentals are solid and they are sustainable. Canada is on a strong economic footing. Since the depth of the recession, over 1 million net new jobs have been created, mostly in high-wage industries. There are now 605,000 new jobs, more jobs than at pre-recession peak. This is the strongest job growth in the G7 over the course of the recovery. Almost 90% of all jobs created since July 2009 have been full-time positions, with close to 85% of those in the private sector. Also, the growth levels are above pre-recession levels, as I stated. Jason Myers, President and CEO of Canadian Manufacturing and Exporters Association, had this to say, quote, "We have a strong Canadian dollar because investors around the world want to put their money into Canada. They see a better fiscal environment, a strong financial sector, and the strength of the resource sector." A recent study by KPMG concluded that Canada's total business tax cost, which includes corporate income tax, capital taxes, sales tax, property taxes, and wage-based taxes, is more than 40% lower than in the United States. In short, our government has created an environment that encourages new investment, growth, and job creation, and one that ensures Canada has the strongest fiscal position and the lowest business tax cost in the G7. Earlier this week, the media were reporting that last year's federal deficit came in nearly $7 billion lower than projected. This is an undeniable sign that our government is on track to balance the budget in 2015-16, a promise we made to Canadians back in 2011. Mr. Speaker, as many Canadians are now aware, our government recently reached an agreement in principle on a free trade agreement with the European Union. This historic agreement will create thousands of jobs for Canadians and give Canadian business access to 500 million new customers. Mr. Speaker, this is the biggest deal so far in Canadian history and may be remembered as the biggest trade agreement Canada has ever signed. The Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement will open new markets to Canadian exporters throughout Europe and generate significant opportunities for all Canadians. The benefits of this agreement are equivalent to creating 80,000 net new jobs, or increasing the average Canadian household's annual income by $1,000. On the first day that the agreement comes into force, 98% of all EU tariffs will be eliminated, directly translating into increased profit and opportunity for Canadian businesses of all size and in every part of our country. Whether you're a fisherman in Atlantic Canada, a forestry worker in Quebec, an auto worker in Ontario, or an engineer in the West, you will benefit from this agreement. Jason Myers went on to say, This is, quote, the Wayne Gretzky of trade deals. Canada's automobile industry, to name but one, stands to benefit tremendously from this deal. Currently, Canada exports approximately 13,000 vehicles a year to the EU. This agreement will increase that number up to 100,000 units annually. It goes without saying that this increase in annual exports will have a direct correlation to the number of jobs in the Canadian automobile industry, undoubtedly adding hundreds, if not thousands, of employees to Canada's vehicle, equipment, and parts manufacturing companies. Kevin Williams, President of General Motors of Canada, had this to say, quote, "We applaud Canada and the EU for completing a modern, high-standard comprehensive economic and trade agreement that will provide enhanced opportunities for growth in both regions. We appreciate the hard work to find creative solutions that improve market access for Canadian-produced automobiles while ensuring Canadians continue to benefit from the integrated manufacturing sector that has developed in North America over the past 50 years. Supporting small business is something that our government takes very seriously. You know, Mr. Speaker, small business makes up to 98% of businesses in Canada, all of whom are in the midst of celebrating Small Business Week. This makes me tremendously proud to speak about how this bill will provide support for Canada's job creators. This bill includes in it a number of key measures to support business, including extending and expanding the temporary hiring credit for small business for 1 year. Approximately 560,000 small businesses will benefit as a direct result of this particular measure. We also are increasing the lifetime capital gains exemption from $750,000 to $800,000 and indexing it going forward. The lifetime capital gains exemption will increase the reward of investing in small business. Mr. Speaker, in response to the global recession, the government froze the EI premium rate in 2010 at the lowest level since 1982. We are again freezing EI premium rates, this time at 2013 levels, for the next 3 years. With this freeze in 2014 alone, we are leaving $660 million in the pockets of job creators and Canadian workers. This tax relief will help provide employers, especially small businesses, with the certainty and flexibility that they need to keep growing. Since forming government in 2006, our low tax plan for Canada has allowed for small business to see their tax bills drop by 34%. Corporate income taxes have lowered as well. In fact, Canada currently has the lowest corporate income tax rate in the OECD, as I referred to with regards to the KPMG report. That is a carrot more powerful and effective than any marketing campaign in attracting foreign investment to Canada. In recognition of the ongoing uncertainty in the global economy, the bill also announces extension of temporary accelerated capital cost allowance for new investment in machinery and equipment in the manufacturing and processing sectors for an additional 2 years. This will provide the sector with support of $1.4 billion over 4 years for retooling and will enhance competitiveness and economic growth and enable manufacturing and processing companies to plan and invest over the coming years. We are delivering a new $53 billion Building Canada plan to invest in Canada's public infrastructure over the next 10 years. This will create jobs, promote economic growth, and provide higher quality of life for families in every city and community across this great country. One of the new Building Canada plan's 3 key funds, the Community Improvement Fund, has had a direct investment in my riding of Don Valley West by providing just under $1 million to the Canadian National Institute for the Blind. The funds are being used to renovate and eventually reopen the CNIB's pedestrian bridge, which has been closed since 2011. This bridge is essential for patients, visitors, and employees alike to safely cross one of Toronto's busiest streets. Mr. Speaker, I see my time is running out. Just wrap up by saying this bill puts forth a number of measures that are meant to respect taxpayers' dollars. While the opposition is busy focusing on issues that don't matter to Canadians, our government remains focused on the task at hand. We continue to look for ways to increase the efficiency of the inner workings of government and making sure that job creation and economic prosperity are at the forefront of any new legislation. With that in mind, this bill makes significant improvements that will benefit all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I note that the member who just spoke on Bill C4 is wearing the poppy like I am, and as all of us should be in these weeks before Remembrance Day. And I know the member, and I know that he's sincere in wanting to honour the men and women who served our country with such courage and who've made such tremendous sacrifices on behalf of the Government of Canada, but also on behalf, more importantly, of all of the people of Canada. And yet in this bill, in Bill C4, we actually have changes that adversely impact those very veterans that we're honouring here by wearing the poppy. Bill C4 reduces the number of permanent members of the Veterans Review and Appeal Board from 28 to 25. If we're going to be serious, we actually need to address the fundamental issues with respect to the board. And so what we on this side of the House, my NDP colleagues and I, and particularly the member for Sackville Eastern Shore, have been advocating for a very long time, is that we replace the politically appointed board with a medical evidence-based, peer-reviewed process for making decisions on veterans' disability applications. I want to ask the member, he, as I said, like us, is wearing the poppy in this House today. Will he not do the right thing, honour veterans, and vote against this bill, which actually takes away services from Canada's men and women in the armed forces?
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her question. Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege in Don Valley West of being the home to the largest veterans centre, veterans home and hospital in the country, Sunnybrook Health Science Veterans Wing, 450 residents who fought in World War II and the Korean War. And yes, I do support and applaud our veterans. I had the privilege just this past week of hosting 7 veterans from Sunnybrook on the Hill for the first time that they had personally taken a tour of this great facility and hosted them for lunch. Mr. Speaker, our government believes in our veterans. These are the people that provided us freedom and democracy in this great country, and I applaud them, I support them. I also encourage the member to recognize that we have increased access for our veterans to service, whether at home or throughout offices across this country. And I will vote for this bill, but to her point, I support our veterans and will continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaries. The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my caucus mate for explaining to Canadians the benefits of Canada's Economic Action Plan and this particular part of it. I listened when he was speaking, particularly with regard to small businesses, the people who actually are the principal generators of Canada's gross domestic product, and wonder if he could expand on what this bill means to people who are in small business, who are hiring anywhere from 2 to 55 people in order to keep this country going and in order to expand our ability to trade not only in Canada but with the rest of the world, and some of the benefits to small business that are in this bill. I wonder if he could expand on that for the benefit of people who are watching and listening today.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my caucus colleague. Small business is the lifeblood of this country. I come from a small business background, as does my colleague. And so, without question, as we celebrate Small Business Week in this country, we applaud those who take risk, who place investment, their personal hard work, hard-earned investment into small business. And to his question with regards to what will the opportunities be in front of us, we've just opened up, or we will be opening up, a market of 500 million, new consumers, where small business from coast to coast to coast will have access. And EI tax credit specifically gives small business the opportunity to invest in their employees and create an environment of stability and sustainability. But don't take it from me. Let me read what Dan Kelly, president of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, had to say. Quote, overall, this is a good budget for small business. The finance minister has done a solid job by remaining on course to eliminate the deficit while announcing some important measures for Canada's entrepreneurs. We're particularly pleased the government publicly acknowledged taking some of these measures, such as expansion of the EI hiring credit at the recommendation of CFIB's membership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, les prises du débat. L'honorable député de
Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the fourth time during this Parliament that the Conservative government is giving us a massive bill to implement certain provisions of its last budget. Bill C4 is a good example of what this government has been doing since it came to power. It plays fast and loose with parliamentary procedure and limits the power of MPs to do their work. This is a good reflection of a government that has nothing more to offer Canadians. Its actions affect the institutions and the Canadian public. Nearly 70 bills, 70 acts are amended by this legislation, and many of the amendments have nothing to do with the budget. There are dozens of provisions that should have been in separate legislation. In this bill, the government is amending taxation measures, rules for employment insurance, economic investment rules, veterans benefits, and more. Instead of having real debate among legislators, the government is introducing dozens of measures in this one bill. The government is not allowing parliamentarians to do their work. It is taking an undemocratic approach and a dogmatic one.
Mr. Speaker, not only is this bill procedurally irregular, but what's more, the Conservatives waited till the last minute to table the legislation and gave us only 48 hours to study its 300 pages. 48 hours to study a dozen or so different measures. 48 hours to do the work we were elected to do. The Prime Minister prorogued for 5 weeks, so it's scandalous and unacceptable in a democratic country to have to deal with this type of thing. And the adverse consequences of this approach are undeniable. This approach will certainly limit debate, and our representative work will be the worse for it. The increases in taxes of 28% for co-ops instead of 15% is one compelling example of the shortcomings with this bill. If committee could study this in greater depth, this problem could be avoided, but they will only have one meeting to study this measure, and obviously members don't have all the tools they need to do the necessary analysis. Remember that C60 only had 40 minutes of study at committee, 40 minutes for a piece of legislation that could easily have taken several committee meetings. With the size of C4, we see once again it's the same old from the Conservatives. As if C4 was not enough in terms of violating the principles of democracy. Yesterday, the government tabled a motion, a closure motion, to further limit debate. If this is not undemocratic, I don't know what is. Parts of C4 have serious ramifications and worrisome ones. For example, the Budget Implementation Act would do away with an EI office that sets the rates for EI, the premium rates. The idea of that office was to make EI more independent, But once again, the government is reneging on its commitments. Mr. Speaker, let's recall that the Conservatives used to condemn the Liberals, as we did too, by the way, for dipping into the EI fund. $57 billion worth of the EI fund were repurposed, if you will, by the Liberals. And with C4, once again, the Conservatives are changing their tune. Under C4, the Conservatives will restore the same mechanisms that allowed Conservative and Liberal finance ministers to dip into workers' funds, the EI fund, to help balance the books. Accessibility to EI is constantly dropping, and this is unacceptable to Canadians because the EI fund is workers' money, and the Conservatives are acting as if it belonged to them. In the NDP, we are of the view that the EI fund should be managed independently and transparently. The finance minister has decided otherwise by appropriating discretionary powers that would interfere with the management of the fund. C4 also amends the Public Service Staff Relations Act. It redefines the conflict resolution mechanisms. Not only is the government reserving the right to define essential services, but what's more, they will impose binding arbitration when less than 80% of members of the bargaining unit perform essential services. As a result, the Conservatives are reserving the right to change the rules around conflict resolution within the Canadian Public Service and to impose conditions, working conditions on workers through binding arbitration. This is yet another attack on unions who protect workers' rights. Mr. Speaker, such changes require in-depth debate so that we can hear various sides on this issue and not just the voice of Conservatives. Without genuine debate, we could wind up making regrettable mistakes. And this applies equally to the changes to the way EI is run and to the way the public service is managed. And these problems are to be found throughout this omnibus bill. Mr. Speaker, no government has ever shown such disdain for our parliamentary institutions and the Canadian public. 300 pages of measures, almost 70 bill acts are amended by one piece of legislation. We're unable to do our work properly. There's time allocation, which is further limiting debate. Mr. Speaker, clearly our democracy is in jeopardy here. Our work is being undermined here in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions or commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to my colleague for her presentation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address the EI issue, which she spent quite a bit against job creation and sustainability in small business.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. I'd like to thank the member for his question. Quite clearly, Mr. Speaker, we see the Conservatives exerting significant control over workers and unions. In Bill C4, the finance minister gets the power to manipulate rate setting. So the Conservatives have completely reneged on their promise to create an independent organization to oversee the funding of EI. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about transparency, when you go ahead pretending to be the champion of greater transparency, greater accountability, the government that's going to be the great defender of all that, Mr. Speaker, they've completely left those principles behind, those principles that they claimed to steadfastly guarantee. The changes made under C4 will purely and simply prevent workers from being able to rely on their unions and to have the rates set independently. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Saint-Lambert on her excellent speech. She does such a good job of representing her constituents and workers in general, and she explained clearly how tabling such a voluminous bill and leaving so little time for in-depth exchanges, then the impact of these changes, these multiple changes to almost 70 acts, it's completely absurd and irresponsible and undemocratic. My question is, when the Conservatives claim to be the defenders of workers and so on, and when they make promises about EI, I'd like my colleague to say a bit more about the damage they've done and what dangers lie in wait under the Conservatives for workers in general, especially when it comes to unions. The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Quite clearly, and I hope to come back to this Bill C4, which is an omnibus bill. So we're talking about a change in technique here. But once again, it's smoke and mirrors. But we're not fooled. Behind Bill C4, there's an attempt to make deep changes, but underhandedly, in a not so obvious way. But they're trying to make significant changes, but we don't have the information. We're not going to be able to debate. The debate is being curtailed, and this is an injustice not just to our work here in the House, but also to Canadians, the Canadians we represent. Workers are going to be affected. Large numbers of workers are going to be affected by these changes. This government, at all costs, wants to control all our institutions, and that, Mr. Speaker, is unacceptable. Resuming debate.
For Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is my pleasure to stand today and speak to Economic Action Plan 2013. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House, of course, to better inform not only members here, but more specifically Canadians on the impact that the Act will have and the key measures for the Economic Action Plan 2013, as well as certain previously announced tax measures to help create jobs, stimulate the economy, and secure long-term prosperity across our great nation. I am pleased to first address our government's continued reduction of Canada's deficit. This past Tuesday, the Minister of Finance introduced the annual financial report of the Government of Canada for 2012-2013. The report shows the continued downward track of Canada's annual deficit. In 2012-13, the deficit fell to just under $19 billion. This was down by more than one quarter, or $7.4 billion, from the deficit just last year, and down by nearly two-thirds from the $55.6 billion deficit recorded in 2009-10. This shows that we are still on track to balance the budget by fiscal year 2015-2016. Economic Action Plan 2013 will provide support for job creators. Since 2006, our government's top priority has been the economy and job creation. We are extending and expanding the hiring credit for small business, which will benefit an estimated 560,000 employers right across this great country of ours. Currently, there are thousands of jobs available across Canada that are unfulfilled. In fact, CBIC World Markets stated in a report in December of 2012 that 30% of businesses in Canada are facing skilled labour shortages. In addition, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business stated that in its business barometer report that 34% of small and medium-sized businesses identified a shortage of skilled labor as a constraint to their growth. Difficulty in hiring has increased over the recovery and is becoming a key issue for employers in some sectors and regions of our country. In particular, persistent pockets of unfulfilled positions exist for skilled tradespeople and professionals such as electricians, millwrights, carpenters, machinists, heavy equipment operators, engineers, and architects, just to name a few. The hiring credit for small business will continue to bridge that gap. In recognition of the importance of small business owners, farmers, fishers, Economic Action Plan 2013 proposes to increase the lifetime capital gains exemption to $800,000 from $750,000. The lifetime capital gains exemption increases the potential rewards of investing in small business, farming, and fishing. The exemption also helps these entrepreneurs better ensure their financial security for retirement and facilitates the intergenerational transfer of their businesses. And from speaking with farmers in Northumberland, Quinte West, as well as small business owners, whether they be the corner store or an insurance agency and many other businesses, their RRSP, in addition to the money they've been able to save, and in some instances it can be not that much, this is their RRSP. This is their future, their ability to be able to retire after a lifetime, and in some cases, of working from about 5:30 in the morning until about 8:30 to 9:30 at night, and sometimes longer. Furthermore, to provide support to job creators, we are freezing employment insurance premiums for the next 3 years. This will leave $660 million in the pockets of job creators and workers in 2014 alone. Economic Action Plan 2013 will ensure that the government will promote education in high-demand fields, including the skilled trades, science, technology, engineering, and math. It is critically important for young Canadians to have access to information on a variety of careers in order to make informed choices about their education early in their life. Good choices early can help ensure that young Canadians obtain skills and experiences necessary to find work quickly, avoid unnecessary debt, and get a better start to their careers. Economic Action Plan 2013 proposes to reallocate $19 million over 2 years to help inform young people about the fields of study that are relevant to existing and forecasted demand for labor in particular occupations. Your government will provide more information on job prospects and benefits of working in various occupations and will develop new outreach efforts to promote careers in such high-demand fields as science, technology, engineering and math, and the skilled trades. Economic Action Plan 2013 will help break down youth employment barriers. This past June, in my riding of Northumberland, Quinte West, the Community Training and Development Centre, in collaboration with Habitat for Humanity Northumberland, received over $90,000 from the Skills Link program for one of their projects. The Skills Link program is part of the Government of Canada's youth employment strategy. With annual funding of approximately $300 million across Canada, the youth employment strategy helps youth, particularly those facing barriers to employment, obtain career information, develop skills, and find jobs and stay employed. If I can go back to the Habitat for Humanity program that I'm referring to, Mr. Speaker, the particular Habitat project in question was called the Faith Bill. And for the benefit of those who outside of Northumberland who are unaware of this particular build, Habitat for Humanity wanted to build one housing unit for a worthy family. And of course, we know that Habitat for Humanity depends on a lot of volunteer help. Well, Madeline Corelli, who works at the Community Training and Development Centre, was successful, as I mentioned, in obtaining a $90,000 grant. 10 difficult-to-employ or youth who were having barriers to employment were hired to work on this project utilizing this $90,000. Today, I am told that the vast majority of those young people are now working in full-time jobs because they obtained the necessary skills and experience in that project. In addition to pre-existing funding, Economic Action Plan 2012 invested an extra $50 million to enhance the youth employment strategy with a new initiative that connects young Canadians with jobs in high demand and helps them develop tangible skills and gain work experience. Economic Action Plan 2013 proposes an additional investment of $70 million over 3 years to create 5,000 more internships. Furthermore, our government not only assists youth in finding jobs, we also assist young scientists and engineers with the launch of their business. Northumberland Community Futures Development Corporation launched 2 initiatives in collaboration with FedDev Ontario, the Spark Centre, and the Idea Hub in Port Hope. Scientists and engineers in business provide matching performance-based grants to graduates of science, technology, engineering, and math, or as we refer to, the STEM programs. The CFDCs offer free business counseling, financing for small and medium-sized enterprises, for startup and expansion, strategic planning support for local projects, and community economic development in rural areas right across our great country. Economic Action Plan 2013 will continue to fund programs like the Community Futures and Development Corporations, which promote the growth of science and technology as well as other fields. Manufacturing in Ontario must increasingly seek to become more competitive by investing in innovation and moving up the value chain. That's why in Economic Action Plan 2013, it proposes to provide a new Advanced Manufacturing Fund to be delivered by FedDev, or the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. Firms in manufacturing sectors including information, communication technologies, life sciences, machinery and equipment, sophisticated niche sectors, and pursuing competitive advantage through the development of transformative products and technologies that open and expand markets. To support the efforts of advanced manufacturing in Ontario become more competitive, Economic Action Plan provides $200 million over 5 years for the creation of an advanced manufacturing fund. The new fund will support investments by manufacturing firms in activities that create new and innovative products or production methods such as prototyping, demonstrating projects, and advancing product testing. Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that Economic Action Plan 2013 will continue to provide Canadians and, in the face of global economic uncertainty, keep our economy strong. Mr. Speaker, I am prepared now to answer any questions and hear comments from my fellow parliamentarians.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Chambly.
The Honourable Member Chambly-Boultois. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his speech. He spoke a lot about the importance for him for creating jobs for youth, and yet we know that the unemployment rate among young people is double what the national average is in the rest of the population. So I'd like for him to respond to the really discouraging record that his government has in this regard, and also what does he think about the measures that my colleague from Parkdale High Park and myself proposed a few weeks ago, that is to say, tax credit for small and medium-sized businesses that would hire and train young people. I think this would be a wonderful way to help both businesses, but above all, young people who seem to be ignored by this government, given the importance that he gave, particularly at the end of his speech, to that very issue. So I wonder if he'd be ready to help us push for such an important measure. Thank you.
Cumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My thanks to the honourable member for his question. Indeed, I think during my speech I mentioned specific instances where we have, through different programs in our government, shown where we can employ young people, especially those with barriers, especially those with the skill, with not the skills that don't possess the skills necessary to find the jobs that are available. And I mentioned the Habitat for Humanity project and the fact that we now have young people who are currently fully employed who would probably not be otherwise. You know, the honourable member mentions that youth unemployment is double the average, and he is correct. There are far too many young people that are not employed. But what he leaves out of that statement is the fact that in the Western economies, Canada fares is one of the best when it comes to youth employment. Still not where it should be. We'll readily agree. But when he mentions about credits for hiring people, we have already mentioned, and I mentioned in my speech, the hiring credit for small business, where the Government of Canada will provide credits for people who hire workers, and in particular, workers who have the skills necessary. And this government, more than any other government, has concentrated more money in the science and technology field. So the honourable member, while he mentioned some facts, leaves out the fact that Canada is doing, compared to our neighbours, fairly well when it comes down to youth employment.
Comments, questions, and commentary. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and my honourable friend from Northumberland, Quinte West, I want to change the focus slightly from what he covered in his speech and just ask the honourable member if he wouldn't agree that, given that he's excited about the measures that we're seeing brought forward in C4, I have to admit I have less excitement and in the sense of happiness about them. I am concerned that it's becoming too predictably a trend that the bulk of the government legislation that we see in any session of Parliament is coming to us bundled together with many unrelated pieces of legislation. As a matter of fact, over 30% of the government legislation in the previous session of Parliament came in the form of omnibus bills. And I want to ask my honourable friend if he doesn't think these measures, about which he's so happy, but ones that I'm very concerned about, like the changes to the Canada Labour Code, changes to the Public Service Act, changes to the Supreme Court Act, changes that have nothing to do one with the other or with the budget, wouldn't have been better handled as separate bills.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. Let me begin by saying that during the lead-up to the last election, the Green Party candidate in my riding said that the economic policies of the Green Party were very conservative in nature, and yet the voting record of the only member from the independent member, who is a member of the Green Party, I've noticed her voting record is almost pretty close to 95 to 100% of that of the New Democratic Party. So I think that the policies of the Green Party are very, and I must say, democratic socialist in nature. When she mentions that we have these omnibus bills and that we need to talk at length about all the things that happen here, I can tell you what my constituents tell me. They're tired of a bunch of politicians who talk and talk and talk, and very little gets done. And so when I tell my constituents that we are getting things done, that we have had more private members' bills in the history of this country happen under this government, when we get things done like the Economic Action Plan, when our place in the world, especially in the G7, is at the top of the heap and not where we want it to be quite yet, but getting there, they tell me that they want to see action taken and not more talk from a bunch of politicians here in Ottawa. So I'm happy that we get things done, and I'm happy that we don't sit here babbling ad infinitum about things that the average Canadian really isn't of interest. They want action, and that's what they're getting from our government.
Resuming debate, please do débat. The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to speak on this bill, which, as you know, the Liberals will oppose. I would like to address three issues. One is the fact it does nothing for middle-class families. Second, the omnibus nature of the bill, and also the issues relating to immigration. And
I think that the fundamental problem with this bill is that it essentially does nothing for the middle class in Canada.
Because the middle class is really struggling. It's only this week that the Bank of Canada came out with a radically more pessimistic projection of the Canadian economy. We know that the youth unemployment rate is twice the national average. We know that there are 224,000 fewer jobs for young people today than there were before the recession. We know that Canadian debt levels are at record levels, about $1.6 for every dollar of income, which is considerably higher than the United States. We know that tuition fees have been going sky high, way faster than the rate of inflation. We know all this, and yet I don't think this government does anything significant to address these fundamental issues facing middle-class Canadians. Yes, they extend the hiring credit, but that's just status quo. Yes, they refrain from further increases in the employment insurance premiums, which they did for the last 3 years to the tune of $600 million per year, and they freeze it. They should have frozen it for the last 3 years as well as for the next 2 years, because this is a job-killing tax, and at a time of economic weakness, it is not the time to increase EI premiums. Yes, the books have to be balanced over the longer term. Economists agree with that, but that doesn't mean you have to have increases in premiums every single year during a period of economic hardship. So the fact that the Conservatives have increased those premiums in each of the last 3 years has done damage to the economy, has done damage to jobs. So I think the fundamental point, there are many other details, but the fundamental point is that Canadians are struggling, middle-class Canadians are struggling, and this budget has nothing, this budget implementation bill has essentially nothing to provide assistance or to provide hope to those people. At best, it's status quo with little that is new or novel or helpful to help the Canadian economy at this time of weakness. The second issue that I would raise is the question of omnibus bill. This is a bill of 308 pages with 472 clauses. Et vous savez bien, Monsieur le Président.
And you know very well, Mr. Speaker, that the problem with this kind of bill is that it goes against democratic principles. The House and the committees of the House do not have time to study the proposals in this bill, and this has been a problem from the outset with this government, and it continues. Another aspect of this problem is
mistakes that I would mention is the question of credit unions. In the budget, they proposed a major increase in taxes on credit unions. This bill has a decrease in taxes on credit unions, but that's only because they made a mistake the first time around. They increased the tax on credit unions radically more than they intended to do. That was a mistake, partly related to the omnibus, complicated nature of this bill, and now they have to undo that mistake. They throw in corrective measures regarding the Supreme Court, which have absolutely nothing to do with the budget, which is an important issue for Canada, but which parliamentarians will not have the opportunity to study in any detail. And the last point I'd like to make, Mr. Speaker, has to do with immigration, which is recently, one of my responsibilities. And there are two aspects of this I would like to mention. The first is potentially positive. The idea that new economic immigrants should first express a letter of interest, and then the government will decide whether those people are likely to have the skills and the qualifications to match the needs of Canada before they're allowed to make a formal application. Other countries have done this. To some extent, it makes sense in principle. But here is a case where the devil is in the details. How is the government going to implement this? Which people will be advantaged? Which people will be disadvantaged? According to what criteria? And I think this is an area where the regulations, the details of the proposal, which are absent from this bill, have to be studied in detail by the Immigration Committee in order to see whether a proposal, which in principle maybe makes sense, will in practice make sense given the way in which the government plans to implement it, which is something that we do not yet know. And the last issue I'd like to mention, Mr. Speaker, is perhaps the most egregious, the most serious in the area of immigration. And this is the dramatic increase in waiting times for family class immigrants. Over the last 5 years, we have seen those waiting times double, triple, quadruple. In one case, China, whereas 5 years ago in 2007, the average waiting time was 7 months. In 2012, that had ballooned from 7 months to 39 months. In other words, the average waiting time had gone from just over half a year to more than 3 years. And China is not alone. For India, the waiting time tripled from 8 months to 24 months. The situation is at least as bad or worse for Sri Lanka, for Pakistan, for many other countries. I see many new Canadians come into my office desperate, often in tears, because they are waiting interminably for their spouse to be allowed in, for their children to be allowed in, for their parents to be allowed in, and the waiting times keep growing and growing and growing. And the government said absolutely nothing about this issue in the throne speech, except a modest amount of self-praise, if you can believe it, for their treatment of family-class immigrants. And there is nothing in this budget to help correct this egregious situation. So as one who represents Canada's most diverse community, Markham, I know very well from the day-to-day work in my office that this is a huge issue for new Canadians. Not only the waiting times to be reunited with their children, their spouses, their parents, but also denials for their parents or grandparents to come to attend the weddings of their grandchildren or funerals in the family, things of this nature. They keep getting turned down for no apparent reason to come to these important family events. So this is a sin of omission, not a sin of commission. There's nothing in the throne speech, there's nothing in the budget bill to address this problem, which is of huge concern for all of the new Canadians across this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Markham Unionville. I'm going to ask him a serious economics question. A lot of us in this place talk about economics, and the member for Markham Unionville is one of those who's actually qualified to speak to it, having achieved a PhD, taught at 4 universities, and being the former chief economist of the Royal Bank. I'm curious about his views about, we keep hearing the mantra that cutting corporate tax rates so that now Canada is the lowest corporate tax rate in the OECD is helping the quote-unquote job creators. But we're also seeing that our job creation rate is very low, youth unemployment is at 14%, and that the RBC current staff is telling us that, as the Mark Carney from the Bank of Canada pointed out, low corporate tax rates are resulting in a large accumulated pile of what Carney called dead money. It's not going into the economy, it's not stimulating jobs, and the current RBC economist staff says that it's now at $600 billion. I believe that's 32% of our current GDP. I wonder if my friend from Markham Unionville has any comments on this.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
I thank my colleague for her reciting of my various credentials. And in terms of the question she asks, I believe that Canada already has a very low corporate tax rate on the largest corporations. I believe it's something on the order of 25% when you include both the federal government and the provinces, whereas the United States is something on the order of 39%. So talk about a gap. There is a huge gap. And in previous election campaigns, we in the Liberal Party, we don't want to go back to super high corporate tax rates, but we thought that given other needs of the economy, that this gap was larger than it needed to be. So at the time, we wished to freeze corporate tax rates rather than allow them to go down further. That was in the past. So if we look to the future, I take her point about the proceeds from these lower taxes not always being used to advantage the Canadian economy through investment, that there was a lot of what Mark Carney called dead money. So personally, if one thinks of all the possible tax cuts, it seems to me that the cut in corporate tax rates to the low level, which is it's at today, would not be among my top priorities. I don't think there's a great deal of evidence that the cuts that we have seen to date have had a major positive effect on investment and jobs in this country.
Excellent. I think we have enough time for a very brief question and comment. The Honourable Member for Okanagan-Coquihalla.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And there we go again. The Liberal candidate in Toronto Centre says amen to taxes. We have the Liberal member over there is talking about corporate taxes that he thinks that they should be reallocated. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Stephen Gordon, an economist who runs the Worthwhile Canadian Initiative, has actually pointed out that a low corporate rate is first of all, it lends to better productivity and to eventually eventually to higher wages for the skilled workers. So there's some very good benefits there. But I also would like to remind the member that when you raise corporate taxes, the people that are able to manage their taxable amount that they pay to the Treasury are corporations. So by keeping it low, by making sure that they can use that money, what he refers to as dead money, Mr. Speaker, the market is the one that actually will allocate where those will go, where those resources can be best put to place. It's not dead money, it's called savings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Well, I would say my honourable friend over there is guilty of what one might call selective conservative listening. I certainly never said I was advocating an increase in corporate taxes. What I did say was that among the options for lowering taxes, I would put corporate taxes fairly low on that list. And it was not I who talked about dead money. It was the Governor of the Bank of England. His name is Mark Carney. You might remember he used to be the Governor of the Bank of Canada. And he is hardly a raving socialist or communist, and yet he was the one that used that expression with regard to Canada's corporate sector. So there are only limited number of dollars available. If we have very, very low corporate tax rates, we have to have higher other kinds of taxes or lower social spending. There's only so much money in the pot. We have to make choices. And what my point was is that taking corporate taxes to the point where there's some 14 percentage points lower than they are in the United States may not be the best allocation of limited Canadian resources.
I'm going to have to stop the honourable member there because it's time for statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to recognize the life and achievements of longtime Etobicoke resident and D-Day veteran Bruce Melanson. Bruce volunteered with the West Nova Scotia Regiment and went overseas at the age of 17, stretching the age requirement to join the fight against tyranny in Europe in 1940. He soldiered in the Battle of Britain and then joined the D-Day invasion of Normandy, a time he would never forget. He fought with the Allied forces in the battles of Caen, Falaise Gap, Belgium, Holland, and finally Germany. Bruce went on to become a small business owner and an alderman in the city of Etobicoke. He was a volunteer with veterans groups including the Royal Canadian Legion and the Juno Beach Centre, where he served as director. Bruce worked tirelessly to raise funds for the construction of the 5-acre facility in Normandy, which honours the brave Canadian men and women who served during the Second World War. For his efforts to raise awareness of the sacrifices Canadians made, I was honoured to award Bruce a Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal in 2012. To his partner Sonia, daughters Anne and Sue, and his extended family, I extend my condolences. To his friends, I'm sure Bruce would say, let us never forget.
The honourable member for York South Weston.
Mr. Speaker, this past summer, the City of Toronto suffered what is described as a once-in-100-years storm. Thousands of homes were flooded, families lost cherished possessions, and spent millions rebuilding. Neighbourhoods in my riding of York South Weston were amongst the hardest hit. I visited the flooded streets to offer comfort and assistance. I saw tremendous resilience from the very young to the very old. I also saw the aftermath of this Conservative government's neglect of our city and its critical infrastructure needs, such as improved sewer systems, some of which are over 100 years old. With climate change, severe storms like the one that hit Toronto on July 8th will become more frequent. The Harper government needs to get off the sidelines and start investing to prevent widespread flooding from happening with each big storm. I have written on these matters to the Minister of Environment and Infrastructure, but the response did not offer any assistance. This is a prime example of the climate change adaptation this government talks about. The time to help is now. My constituents not only expect it, they demand it.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, my husband gave me a book for our anniversary yesterday called Collapse: How Societies Choose to Fail or Succeed. And the crux of this book is that countries succeed by working with their environments. This is exactly what our government is doing, encouraging economic growth while protecting the environment. It's too bad that the NDP want to stop all development and the Liberals don't know what they think. This summer, when I was door knocking in my riding of Calgary Centre, it was very interesting because this is the crucible of the energy industry, and I met a lot of environmentalists. Oh, not the extremists that hang off smokestacks. I met environmental engineers, scientists, and researchers. And you know who they work for, Mr. Speaker? Oil companies. Suncor, Syncrude, Nexen, Imperial Oil, CNRL. It's true. We can develop our economy and protect the environment, and that's why, under the Conservatives, our country is succeeding.
Mr. Speaker, Kingston Penitentiary opened 32 years before Confederation in 1835. After 178 years of continuous operation, the Pen, or KP as this National Historic Site is locally known, officially closed on September the 30th. I want to recognize the generations of Kingstonians who have worked at KP. They held the often stressful jobs of running the prison or serving as guards, doctors, nurses, teachers, counselors, or chaplains. May their work be remembered and their legacy be preserved. I also want to honour all of the staff and leadership of the Correctional Service of Canada, Ontario region, including the members of the Union of Solicitor General Employees and the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers, who, under difficult circumstances, executed and continue to manage the regional effects of this closure. Finally, remember those offenders at KP who did turn their lives around. There is no achievement more worthy of our joy.
The honourable member for Oak Ridges Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by saying congratulations to the CIBC Celebration of Hope Luncheon Committee from my riding of Oak Ridges Markham for over 25 years of successful events. This year's event will take place this Sunday, October 27th, in support of Markham Stouffville Hospital. This luncheon brings community together to educate and create awareness for breast cancer and the people it affects. I would like to recognize and congratulate the co-chairs, Karen Gerard and Christine Taylor, as well as the event's hosts, Erin Davis, and her co-host, the one and only Alan Bell. Their selfless commitment to the community is something to be honoured and celebrated. Efforts like the CIBC Celebration of Hope Luncheon are evidence that Canadians will continue to play a leading role in creating a future without breast cancer and indeed all cancers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lily, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, on September 9th, 3 Canadians who had a passion for the far north were victims of a helicopter accident. Today, we pay tribute to Klaus Hockam, who was a scientist, Daniel Dubé, helicopter pilot, and Marc Thibault, captain of the Amundsen Coast Guard icebreaker. Captain Thibault was from L'Île-sur-Mer in my riding. Captain Thibault supported scientists, rescue efforts and road construction, and did a lot else to ensure an effective presence in the Gulf of St. Lawrence and the North. The exceptional skills of Coast Guard pilots and captains make it easy to forget that they are sometimes facing great risk. I speak on behalf of all my constituents and MPs in this House in expressing our condolences to the families, as well as our gratitude and pride in Marc Thibault, the son of the South Coast.
Mr. Speaker, as of today, you can see poppies pinned close to the hearts of our fellow Canadians. In Orleans earlier this morning, I participated in the launch of the Poppy campaign together with members of the Royal Canadian Legion, Branch 632. We owe many thanks to Susan Yerfino, Bill Gloss, and Danielle Dion for undertaking this campaign, and also to the numerous dedicated volunteers that participate in its annual success. Le rouge du coquelicot.
The bright red poppy, a symbol of our support for our soldiers and veterans, adds a splash of color to brighten up the dreary month of November. It is a pleasure to encourage all Canadians to proudly display the poppy on the left side of their clothing, near their hearts.
We remember all those who fought for freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law in such conflicts as World War I, Korea, and the war in Afghanistan. Nous nous souviendrons d'eux.
We will remember them.
The honourable member for Brampton Springdale.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish Muslims around the world happy Eid al-Adha. Eid al-Adha is about sacrifices. This week I had the pleasure of attending a marvelous celebration of Eid on the Hill. Members of the Muslim community traveled great distance to attend the celebration on the Hill, including members from my own riding of Brampton Springdale. Canadian Muslims continue to make incredible contribution towards their great nation. I often meet with Muslim businessmen, women, faith leaders, and hardworking families that play a vital role. Individuals such as Kamran Ali, Akil Akram, Tahir Khan, and Safdar Hussain
constantly go out of their way to help others. One of the wonderful initiatives they have taken on is to provide aid to the less fortunate in the region of Peel by helping pay for funeral and burial services. Mr. Speaker, from the bottom of my heart, I would like to wish Muslims around the world happy Eid Mubarak.
The Honourable Member for Jean Lebert. On October 10th, I celebrated with my community the 10th anniversary of an important organization. I want to congratulate Steve, Francesco, and René, who continue to work on the front lines.
Violence that engulfed Little Burgundy, Rosemary Segi took it upon herself to develop a means to bring her community together in settling their conflicts, and Project Bump was born.
10 years later, Little Burgundy has changed. When all these organizations work with the community, then it is easier to achieve a great deal.
With and for our young people, I stand in this place today and proudly offer my most sincere thanks.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, today is Shop Small Business Day. What better way than today to highlight the importance investors are making and a real contribution in exchange for the security and pathway to citizenship that Canada provides. This week, the Minister for Immigration launched a new business incubator stream under the Startup Visa program to recruit dynamic foreign entrepreneurs. This will attract early-stage and high-growth businesses. It will encourage innovation and economic growth, Mr. Speaker, and it will position Canada ahead of other countries in the global competition of the 21st century. Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on creating jobs, economic growth, and long-term prosperity for Canadians. It is critical for Canada that we attract the best and the brightest entrepreneurs and innovators from around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Good morning. I made my way to the Montreal airport to welcome home a Canadian mom and her 3 children. Ola El Ghadi spent more than a month trapped in Gaza after Egyptian authorities closed the Rafah border. While many Canadians question why a woman and her 3 children would travel to a country under a travel advisory, the answer is simple: the undeniable and unbreakable bonds of family.
In August, Ms. Al-Ghadi and her 3 daughters went to the Gaza Strip to visit their grandfather, who was gravely ill. The 3 daughters, 12, 8, and 3 years of age, had never met their grandfather.
Abroad, regardless of their country of origin, their religion, profession, race, sexual orientation, age, gender, are Canadian citizens and deserve the aid of their government in times of need. We cannot ask, we should not ask Canadian citizens to sacrifice their family bonds because their ancestry is not composed of Canadian citizens. To do so would simply be un-Canadian. I welcome home the Al-Ghadis, residents of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, and proud Canadian citizens.
Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Lotbinière-Sud-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Liberal leader loves to go across the country talking about himself on the taxpayer's dime. In February, he told the Ottawa Citizen that he had earned $277,000 as a Speaker since 2008 while taking his MP's salary. That's a lot of extra money. MPs now have until the end of the month to provide documentation to the House of Commons on their Speaker's fees, and that might be a problem for the Liberal leader. It has been said repeatedly that the Liberal leader should not take the money of schools and charities for speaking while having also his MP's salary. I know that I wouldn't want my children's school to pay for a politician to come and talk about his achievements, but he's happy to do so.
Mr. Speaker, today marks a momentous anniversary. 20 years ago today was the 1993 election that elected many of my colleagues, but which also elected the government of my great friend, Prime Minister Jean Chrétien. I send my congratulations to Mr. Chrétien this day, but also to the person he always called his most trusted advisor, his wife, Aileen. I appreciate the confidence the Prime Minister showed in me and was honoured to serve in many roles, including Minister of Labour and Solicitor General. Together, our team achieved much to be proud of, turning a $42 billion deficit into 9 years of balanced budgets, Team Canada trade missions, massive job creations, a UN landmines treaty, sustaining the CPP, the Clarity Act, and the list goes on. I'd also like to sincerely congratulate my colleagues in the House who are celebrating their 20th anniversary today. We may all have some different views, but we're all here to make a better Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, 1 week ago today, the Prime Minister signed the historic European Trade Agreement in principle. 20% increase in trade with Europe, Mr. Speaker, and 80,000 net new jobs. With NAFTA and this European deal, Canada will soon have preferred access to over 800 million of the world's best consumers. In the face of this huge win for Canada, Mr. Speaker, the NDP continues their doublespeak on trade and on the European deal. This week, they placed the MP from Windsor West on the Trade Committee. This member is noted for his anti-trade positions, Mr. Speaker, and last year he supported a big union plan to stop negotiations with Europe and all our other foreign allies in our trade negotiations. Mr. Speaker, trade is good for Canada, a $1,000 net benefit for family with the European deal. The NDP has to stop speaking out of both sides of their mouth and get behind our European deal.
L'honorable député de Chambly-Bourdois.
Member for Chambly-Bourdois. It must be fun to be a Conservative MP these days, to go to bed at night and say, another great day, pretending that we weren't the ones who appointed Mike Duffy, Pamela Wallin, and Patrick Brazeau to the Senate. Another lovely day, remembering that it was the Conservative Party that broke all of its promises on the Senate. Another great day, realizing that the Conservative leader has left the House, the country, in the hands of wheeler-dealers like Nigel Wright and Ray Novak. Another great day, applauding like a trade seal while the Prime Minister invents his latest version of the facts and mocks Canadians. I imagine that Conservative members wish they could have more integrity as members, but we'll let them live with their conscience. We will be following them closely and challenging them on their pitiful excuses. In 2015, we will deal with the Senate.
The member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that the Liberal leader likes to travel across the country to talk about himself on the taxpayer's dime. In February, he told the Ottawa Citizen he had earned $277,000 in speaking fees since 2008 while earning an MP's salary. That's a lot of extra money, Mr. Speaker. MPs now have until the end of the month to submit a form to the House of Commons administrators listing all of their paid speaking engagements, which may eventually pose a challenge for the Liberal leader. We have mentioned several times that the leader of the Liberal Party should not be taking money for schools and charities for speaking engagements while earning a salary as a Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I know I wouldn't want my child's school to pay for any politician to tout their accomplishments to students. It is sad that the leader of the Liberal Party happily accepts this money. Hear, hear.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Instead of saying Nigel Wright acted alone, claiming on June 5th that Nigel Wright's check to pay off Mike Duffy and his bad debts was, quote, not communicated to me or to members of my office. But yesterday, the Prime Minister contradicted himself and said the Duffy cover-up scheme was communicated to, and I quote, a few people in his office. Which statement was true and which one was a lie?
I don't think the Honourable Member is suggesting that any member in this House would have deliberately misled her, and I just urge members to avoid using that word during the course of question period. Is the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary rising to answer the question? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What is clear is this, is that the Prime Minister has been actually very clear and concise on this matter, Mr. Speaker. Nigel Wright, in his own filings, expressed who he brought into his confidence on this matter. The Prime Minister spoke about this in July when he was asked this question. But what is also clear is this, that when Senator Duffy approached the Prime Minister to try and justify his inappropriate expenses, the Prime Minister told him, you need to repay back any inappropriate expenses you didn't incur. Mr. Speaker, it's very, very clear. Pay back the expenses that you are not entitled to. I wish that the opposition, especially the opposition Liberals, would get on board with us and pass the suspension of these senators and stop obstructing that in the Senate, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Let's ask the government to focus on their own mess for a moment. The minister doesn't seem to have understood the question. The Prime Minister is now given two completely contradictory versions of events. I asked which one was the truth and which one wasn't. Two opposite statements can't occupy the same place at the same time. So let's try another simple question. Who are the, quote, few people in the Prime Minister's office who are aware of the cash for repayment scheme to buy off Mike Duffy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've been consistent entirely, and Nigel Wright, in his own filings, identified the people that he brought into his confidence with respect to this, Mr. Speaker. But what is also clear is this. Is that when Mike Duffy approached the Prime Minister with respect to his inappropriate expenses, he was told clearly, concisely, repay any expenses to which you are not entitled, Mr. Speaker. And it's quite clear to the rest of us. And when he talked to us in caucus, and he talked to senators and the senior staff and the MPs, don't accept payment for which you did not incur. And if you did, make it right. If you don't, you won't be sitting as a Conservative in this caucus. That's a standard they should accept, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I don't think my honourable friend across the way understands what the definition of being clear and consistent actually means, because this Prime Minister has been anything but. The Prime Minister's explanations about the involvement in his office of a serious ethical scandal have now proven to be false. In documents filed by police in federal court, Nigel Wright said that at least 4 people who worked in the Prime Minister's office knew about the cash for repayment scheme. Why won't Conservatives simply come clean, tell Canadians the truth, and let us know who else was involved in this scandal?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
And, Mr. Speaker, he's referencing the exact same documents that we're referencing, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister was very clear on this. And he responded to this as well in July, Mr. Speaker. But what is very clear is this, is that the opposition needs to come on board, especially the opposition Liberals. They need to come on board and pass the suspension in the Senate immediately. What is also clear is this, is that the Prime Minister said to Senator Duffy, if you have inappropriate expenses, you need to repay those expenses. It was very clear, Mr. Speaker. There could be no ambiguity about that. If you've incurred an expense to which you did not incur, pay it back.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. One of the people named by Wright in the document he gave the RCMP was Benjamin Perrin. But the Prime Minister refuses to elaborate on Perrin's involvement. 2 days ago, the Prime Minister said, we've already provided all the information we could and will continue to do so. So the Prime Minister himself provided the RCMP with information too. Did that information have to do with Benjamin Perrin, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary?
Today in this House, Mr. Perrin has actually spoken himself on this matter. What is also very clear is Mr. Wright, in filings with the court, has identified the people that he brought into his confidence on this. And again, what is very clear, Mr. Speaker, is that when Senator Duffy approached the Prime Minister on this matter, the Prime Minister told him that he had to repay those expenses back. What the Prime Minister also said was this, is that he expected more from the people in his office, and had he been aware of this, there is no way the Prime Minister would have accepted a deal like this.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Will the government undertake not to appoint any other senators until the Supreme Court has ruled? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Very clear, since we were elected in this place, that we don't want to appoint senators. We want to elect senators. We want a Senate that is accountable to the people of Canada. It is the NDP who consistently obstructed us in that matter, and when it comes to accountability in the Senate, it's the NDP and the Liberals who constantly obstruct us. So I tell you what, we won't appoint any senators if they agree to elect senators, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister is in trouble, he resorts to Conservative lawyer Arthur Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton led the Prime Minister's unsuccessful defence in the illegal in-and-out election financing scam. The police raided Conservative headquarters, charges were laid, the party pled guilty, convictions were entered, the biggest possible fine was imposed. Mr. Hamilton is also the lead Conservative on robocalls, election fraud, throwing Michael Sona to the wolves, and so on. What was Mr. Hamilton's role in paying off Mike Duffy?
Great question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, again, Nigel Wright in his filings has identified the people that he brought into his confidence on this matter. But more importantly right now, Mr. Speaker, is why are the Liberals in the Senate obstructing the passage of this motion, which would see these 3 senators stripped of their pay, Mr. Speaker? Why don't they get on board and bringing real accountability to the Senate, standing up for taxpayers, and stop obstructing the Senate's work, have the Liberal senators vote in favour of this motion to respect taxpayers, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Wascana.
Establish a committee and let's hear the evidence under oath. Arthur Hamilton, Benjamin Perrin, the Prime Minister's former lawyer, are members of provincial law societies. As such, they're considered to be officers of the court with a duty to uphold the law. As the Duffy deal and cover-up evolved since last December with hush money and threats, intimidation, deliberate interference with a Deloitte audit, and corruption of a Senate report, did these or any other lawyers warn the Prime Minister about potentially illegal activity, and did the Prime Minister ever ask?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
And Mr. Speaker, it's very clear. Nigel Wright in his filings has identified the individuals who he brought into his confidence on this matter. But what is also clear is that we on this side of the House want this motion respecting taxpayers' rights in the Senate to pass. We want it to pass immediately, and we're asking on Liberal senators to stop obstructing it and pass this motion so that we can respect taxpayers' rights. We can get rid of these 3 senators and stop paying them. That's what Canadian people want us to do, and the Liberals should stop obstructing us in that.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Liberals will not be complicit in the Conservative cover-up. In terms of who, beyond Nigel Wright, was involved in the PMO's cover-up of the Mike Duffy scandal, quote, no one else has changed to, quote, a very few, and the circle keeps expanding. Has the Prime Minister asked any questions of all the people who worked for him since last December about what they knew of the Duffy payoff and what they did about it? And is it the Prime Minister's story that his most senior staff, fully knowing about the payoff, told him nothing and allowed him to mislead the country for months? How is that believable?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat. Nigel Wright in his filings identified the people that he brought into his confidence here. What this really is, Mr. Speaker, is an issue between Senator Duffy and Nigel Wright. Senator Duffy incurred expenses. He's accepted expenses to which he did not incur. That was wrong. He was told to pay it back. Nigel Wright then paid those expenses back, and he's accepted responsibility for making that payment, Mr. Speaker. But ultimately now we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity in the Senate, and the Liberals are obstructing us. They need to get out of the way and respect taxpayers' rights and help us get these 3 senators out of.
The
honourable member for Gatineau.
Do Canadians that all of them needs to get out of the way. Le Premier Ministre.
The Prime Minister still refuses to say why he changed his version of the facts around the February 13th meeting between himself, Nigel Wright, and Mike Duffy. He still refuses to say why he misled the House when it comes to how many people knew about the $90,000 check. Can the Prime Minister tell us precisely who were in the know? What are their names? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Prime Minister was very clear. Was very clear on February 13th when Senator Duffy approached him to try and justify these inappropriate expenses. The Prime Minister was very clear. Repay those expenses. Senator Duffy then went on TV and issued a press release saying that he's repaid those expenses by taking out a mortgage on his home. This is what he said, Mr. Speaker. Now, obviously, that didn't happen. What Nigel Wright did was inappropriate. He's accepting responsibility for his actions. Senator Duffy should do the exact same thing, as should Senator Brazeau and Senator Wallen. The opposition needs to get out of the way and let us do our job, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Gatineau. That lacks credibility, Mr. Speaker, because the Prime Minister boasts that he saw to it that Mike Duffy repaid Canadians. But the problem is that he's the one who created the problem by appointing Wallen, Brazeau, and Duffy. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister waited until February 2013 before acting, and yet the scandalous expenses of Mike Duffy started coming to light in November 2012. Why was nothing done for so long? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be very clear, and I like standing on this point because the Prime Minister said very clearly, when he was approached by Senator Duffy, who tried to justify these inappropriate expenses, the Prime Minister said to him, repay those expenses. Senator Duffy then went on TV and said, I repaid those expenses by taking out a mortgage on my home. That was not right. And when we found that out, Mr. Speaker, he was removed from the Conservative caucus because, as the Prime Minister said, we expect a higher standard on this side of the House, and you can't expect your colleagues to support you when you don't live up to that standard and you disrespect the taxpayers' money.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. The Prime Minister knew as early as October 2012 that there was something fishy with Mike Duffy's expenses. When the scandal broke, his Chief of Staff, the now famous Nigel Wright, wrote an email to Mike Duffy and said that this was just a smear campaign. Was the Prime Minister of the same view as his then Chief of Staff? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Been of the same view. Don't accept a payment to which you did not incur. He has said that in this House. It is a standard that we expect on this side of the House. He told it to our caucus. He told it to senior staff that if there's an issue with expenses, you need to repay those expenses, and if you don't make that right, you will sit outside of this caucus. That is the standard that we expect in this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. Contrast that to the Liberals who would have been prepared to invite back disgraced Senator Matt Carr, or the Leader of the Opposition who waited 17 years to tell police about a bribe he got. We expect more on this side of the House, and so do Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Let's try again and clarify the doublespeak coming from the Conservatives about the Senate PMO scandal. The Prime Minister admits he spoke to Mike Duffy about his expenses in February. So can the Minister confirm that between then and May 15th, the Prime Minister asked his staff no questions about Mike Duffy, nor was he told anything by his staff about Mike Duffy? Is that really the official Conservative story?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, what's clear here is the high standard that this Prime Minister expects of Conservative members of Parliament and our senators. He made it very clear. He's made it very, very clear. If you have inappropriate expenses, if you have expenses to which you did not incur, repay those expenses. That is the standard that Canadians expect. It's unfortunately apparently not the standard that the NDP or the Liberal expect. And I would call on them now to work with us to make sure that this suspension vote in the Senate passes immediately, Mr. Speaker. Stop obstructing. Have the Liberal senators stop obstructing and pass this immediately.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Let's try again, Mr. Speaker. When the Prime Minister says a few people in the PMO knew about the Nigel Wright-Mike Duffy cash for repayment scheme, is he talking about the 4 people listed in the RCMP production order, the 13 people reported by CTV, or some number in between?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
And the Prime Minister addressed this in July, Mr. Speaker. Nigel Wright, in his court filings, identified the people that he brought into his confidence on this matter. Mr. Speaker, what this is an issue between Senator Duffy, who should repay back the expenses to which he did not incur. Nigel Wright also understands that what he did was wrong and has accepted responsibility for that and is ready to accept the consequences of that. Unfortunately, Senator Duffy, Brazeau, and Wallen have not taken the same responsibility responsibility. That's why we're bringing a motion forward in the Senate to remove them from the Senate, to have their pay stripped. Unfortunately, the Liberal senators are standing in the way of that. They need to pass that immediately, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, the government claims to be cooperating with the authorities, yet it hasn't yet said whether they've handed over any documents or which Conservatives were involved. Mr. Speaker, has the Prime Minister's office handed over any documents to the police? Which Conservatives were involved? And has anyone now working in the PMO been interviewed by the police?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister.
And as the Prime Minister said from day one, Mr. Speaker, that we will continue to work with the authorities and provide them any information that they require. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been very clear. He wants this motion in the Senate to pass. The Prime Minister has been very clear. If you have an expense to which you did not incur, you should repay that expense. The Prime Minister has been very clear. If you don't make that right, you will not be sitting in the Conservative caucus, Mr. Speaker. That is the standard that Canadians expect. That is the standard that they're getting from this party and that Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, the member talks about clarity. I'd hate to see his definition of murky. Mr. Speaker, how can Conservatives ask Canadians to trust them to manage billions of tax dollars when they can't even trust them to tell the truth? Mr. Speaker, let's just try again. Can the government confirm that Ray Novak, Carolyn Stewart-Olson and Marjorie Le Breton were involved in conversations demanding Pamela Wallin to step down? And was the Prime Minister aware of these conversations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been very clear on this. Nigel Wright in his own court filings has identified the people that he brought into his confidence here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what this is that Senator Duffy incurred expenses that he should accepted expenses to which he did not incur. He needs to repay those expenses. At the same time, Nigel Wright made a payment that he should not have made. He's accepted responsibility for making that payment and is prepared to accept the consequences of that.
The honourable member for York South Weston.
Mr. Speaker, that member seems to forget that this scandal was created by your Prime Minister, who appointed these senators in the first place, and by your own Prime Minister's office, who tried to cover it up. So let's try again. Can the government confirm Pamela Wallin's assertion that the Prime Minister directed Marjorie Le Breton and Ray Novak to request her resignation?
Good. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear on this matter. Ray Novak, Nigel Wright in his filings identified the people that he brought into his confidence on this matter, Mr. Speaker. This is an issue between Senator Duffy and Mr. Wright. Senator Duffy incurred expenses which he should not have accepted expenses which he did not incur. Nigel Wright then paid those expenses. That was inappropriate. Nigel Wright has accepted sole and full responsibility for his actions and is prepared to accept the consequences of those actions. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, we have a motion before the Senate that the opposition Liberals in the Senate need to help us pass immediately so that we can continue to respect taxpayers' money, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, if the government was being very clear, we wouldn't need to keep asking questions. Conservatives refuse to answer questions, evade responsibility, and use their power as a tool to induce others to do their bidding. Yesterday in the Senate, Marjorie Le Breton said she and Ray Novak told Mike Duffy he had to leave the Conservative caucus because, quote, this is the only option that can ensure your future livelihood. Does the government think it's ethical to threaten senators who don't go along with their schemes with the loss of their livelihood?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll let the NDP and the Liberals defend these three senators. I'll let them do that, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been very, very clear. He's been very clear on this matter. Don't accept payments for expenses that you did not incur. If you did that, you better make it right. If you don't do that, Mr. Speaker, you will be sitting outside of the Conservative caucus. That is the standard that we expect on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has also been very clear that he wants this motion of suspension passed in the Senate, and I hope that the Liberals in the Senate will get out of the way, and let's pass this motion immediately, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister stated twice during a radio interview that no one in the PMO ever briefed the Prime Minister that others, beyond Nigel Wright, knew about the Duffy-Wright deal. The PM says he learned of the scandal on May 15th, and he's repeatedly claimed he only learned of the check on July 5th. But RCMP court files released on July 5th revealed his entire senior staff knew what was going on. Are Canadians really supposed to believe he never asked his staff for all the facts until July 5th? Is it normal for a parliamentary secretary to say his boss is incompetent?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister.
What's clear, Mr. Speaker, is that this member perhaps has his facts wrong after all of these weeks of talking about this. What the Prime Minister said was that on May the 15th, when this came out in the media, that's when he learned of the check, Mr. Speaker. That's what the Prime Minister said. He addressed the people in the staff who may have known about this in July, Mr. Speaker, when Nigel Wright, in court filings, identified the people who he brought into his confidence on this. But the reality is this, is that right now in the Senate we have a vote to suspend these 3 senators, and it is Liberal senators who are standing in the way and obstructing this, and they're doing that because they support the status quo, Mr. Speaker. They need to get out of the way, let us pass this suspension motion, and get on with reforming the Senate.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
I don't think he's speaking of Hugh Siegel or Don Flett, is he? Should the President
Mr. Speaker, no one believed the Prime Minister when he said Nigel Wright was the only one who knew about the check he cut to Mike Duffy. No one believes him today when he says only a few people knew about it. His senior staff were more than just aware. They orchestrated both the payment and the cover-up. Given that he no longer has any credibility on this point, when will he agree to testify under oath? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, again, we've been very clear on this, and the Prime Minister has been very, very clear on this matter. Mr. Duffy approached the Prime Minister on February 13th, and Mr. Duffy tried to justify these expenses. The Prime Minister said to Senator Duffy, repay those expenses. That's what he said, Mr. Speaker. Right now, in front of the Senate, we have a motion which will suspend these senators without pay. The Liberals are defending the status quo. They're doing everything in their power to obstruct this motion, Mr. Speaker. They need to get on board, and as the Prime Minister said, and as we all believe, they need to pass this motion to get these 3 senators out of the Senate, because that's what Canadians expect. Respect for their tax dollars, and get out of the way and let us do that, Mr. Speaker.
Here. The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, no one believed the Prime Minister when he said in June that only Nigel Wright knew of the $90,000 check to Mike Duffy. No one believes him now that he's changed his story to very few people knew. We now know the Prime Minister's entire senior staff not only knew, they devised the plan to cover up the bribe, extortion, and corruption. The Prime Minister refuses to tell the truth to Parliament. When will he commit to testifying under oath so Canadians will finally hear the truth?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this member, I wonder if this member would right now like to come outside of the House with me and repeat those exact same words in front of a TV camera. We'll wait for the press gallery to come outside, and he can repeat those same words outside, Mr. Speaker. They'll do anything to try and avoid the fact that it is their senators who are obstructing this motion in the Senate that would strip these 3 of their pay. That's the standard which Canadians expect, not the Liberal standard of hiding $40 million from the taxpayers, and not the Liberal standard of slinging mud with no options, Mr. Speaker. Come outside of the House and say that.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last report from Environment Canada confirms what Canadians have known for years. Under the Conservatives, serious action on climate change is a fantasy. In fact, the Conservatives are further than ever from meeting their own weakened emission targets. In other words, even after they move the goalpost, they still can't score. Does this government intend to take immediate correction action, or does the minister still doubt climate change?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to achieving Canada's targets, and our leadership and actions are prove this. Mr. Speaker, we introduced a new emission regulations for vehicles, and we were the first major coal user to ban construction of traditional coal-fired plants. Thanks to our actions, carbon emissions will go down close to 130 megatons from what they would have been under the Liberals. We are accomplishing this without the NDP carbon tax, which would raise the price of everything.
The honourable member for Drummond. Not even close. That is what the Environment Canada report says on achieving the greenhouse gas reductions that the Conservatives made in 2020. And even worse, we've lost ground. If this continues in 2015, they will have as atrocious a record as the Liberals. Mr. Speaker, enough of this nonsense. When will the minister announce reduction targets for the oil and gas sector so that the polluters start doing their part? Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, again, we introduced new emission regulations for vehicles, and we're the first major country to reduce the coal-fired power plant. And thanks to our actions, Mr. Speaker, carbon emissions will go down close to 130 megatons, unlike from what they would have been under the Liberal government. Unlike the NDP, who thinks you can tax your way out of every problem, we are getting results without having to impose carbon tax, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Drummond. Oh dear. One day, perhaps, the minister will become aware of the consequences of climate change inaction. One of the saddest examples, in my opinion, is the progressive disappearance of belugas in the St. Lawrence. The population of this marine mammal has declined by 12% over the last decade because of climate change. This emblem of Quebec could even be classified as a species at risk in the next months. What concrete action will the minister take to fight against climate change and save the belugas? Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, our government is taking action to address climate change, and we are a founding member of an international coalition taking actions to reduce pollutants like black carbon, and we've made it a priority under the Arctic Council. These actions are seeing real results for Canadians without killing the economy like the opposition wants to do.
Honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister doesn't understand anything. The Conservative attacks on science prevent us from adequately following the changing population of belugas in the St. Lawrence. Are the belugas victim of an epidemic? Are toxic algae responsible for the decline in their population? We do not know. And thanks to the Conservative cutbacks in the research program on the St. Lawrence, we will probably never know. And so, will the Conservatives restore funding for the research station on the belugas that they did away with? Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Researchers from DFO have been working with partners to study the beluga whales in the St. Lawrence. A scientific peer review meeting was held to review the knowledge on the state of the population, Mr. Speaker, and that peer-reviewed science advice will be published in the coming months. We'll continue to conduct research on marine mammals in cooperation with all our partners, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the CRTC launched an initiative to consult with Canadians on the future of television. According to Jean-Pierre Blais, the chair of CRTC, this is an opportunity for all Canadians to provide feedback on what they think of their television system and how they would like to see it change. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage please tell the House what our government is doing to ensure Canadians have greater consumer choice in television services?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the question from the member, and I know that he's got a lot of concern about this issue, and a lot of constituents from his riding, in fact, will participate in the dialogue. And when it comes to television services, Canadian consumers have told us they want choice. Mr. Speaker, it's consistent with our speech from the throne, where we committed to unbundling TV channels while also protecting Canadian jobs. Consistent with that commitment, yesterday the Canadian Radio Television Communications Commission launched a dialogue with Canadians on the future of television. That dialogue will play a part in fulfilling our speech from the throne commitment to ensure that consumers do have choice when it comes to TV and their selection of channels.
Honourable member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked the President of Treasury Board what jobs in the public service would be affected by the changes made in the Budget Implementation Act. His response,
was a fabulous example of nonsense. And I quote him, he said it's absolutely false. But, I mean, what a failure. I ask him who's going to be affected, and he answers me, it's false. That's not an answer. So, I'll try again. What category of workers in the public service will be affected? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we will not speculate on a potential designation. These changes are still before the House. Unlike the opposition, our Conservative government cares about the safety of Canadians and not lining the pockets of big union bosses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Treasury Board President said, and I quote, "We do need to have a bureaucracy that works for Canadians, that is competent, that is serving the public interest." Yet, the minister didn't display any level of competency when trying to answer simple questions about his own legislation. Mr. Speaker, when will the minister practice what he preaches, stop attacking the public service, and start taking care of the public interest?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President.
Thank you,
of
Mr.
the Treasury
Speaker.
Board.
I find it incredulous that the member raises this. The NDP have never been on the side of taxpayers because they're in the pockets of big unions. Don't believe me? Their constitution uses the word labour and union 18 times, but doesn't say anything about fiscal accountability, not even once, Mr. Speaker. And again, the Public Service Relations Act will be amended to ensure that the public service is affordable, modern, and high-performing as taxpayers expect. We will sit at the bargaining table on behalf of the taxpayer to make sure that they're represented and where the rules are fair and balanced.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Treasury Board President is having a very hard time explaining changes he's making to the public service. He failed to provide examples of essential services affected. He failed to provide timelines for when details would actually be made public, and he failed to consult those affected and launched a terrible diatribe against public service workers, Mr. Speaker. How can Canadians trust the minister to manage the public service when he can't even be trusted to explain his own legislation?
Parliament Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the budget clearly stated that the Government of Canada's intent is to set public service pay and benefit levels that are reasonable, responsible, and in the public interest. The Public Service Labour Relations Act will be amended to ensure that the public service is affordable, modern, and high-performing as taxpayers expect. The proposed amendments will bring savings, streamline practices, and bring them in line with other jurisdictions. And again, we will sit at a bargaining table on behalf of the taxpayer where the rules are fair and balanced. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent.
Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, if you allow me, I will doubt that, particularly when it comes from the President of Treasury Board, who's already been described as being a negotiator who works in bad faith. That's not me who's saying that. It's the courts. So what's the most shocking in all of this is that the President of Treasury Board doesn't even know himself who will be targeted by the Budget Implementation Act. It smacks of amateurism. I'll give him a second chance by asking a very simple question. What are the essential services and what public services will see their fundamental right to strike violated? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We will not speculate on a potential designation. These changes are still before the House. Unlike the opposition, our Conservative government cares about the safety of Canadians and not lining the pockets of big sector union or public sector unions and their bosses. You know, I look across the aisle, Mr. Speaker, and a great many of the NDP caucus are former union leaders who continue to put those interests forward rather than the people that put them in office and that they're supposed to represent the Canadian taxpayer. I hope, Mr. Speaker, they'll look at the changes and agree with them that they are reasonable. Thank you.
Order. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, the Bank of Canada has joined now with the IMF in downgrading Canada's growth numbers, now an anemic 1.6%. This year, in fact, UK and US growth numbers are 50% higher than Canada's. Canadians, especially young Canadians, are being left behind. There's 224,000 jobs for young Canadians today than back in 2008. So why are the Conservatives more interested in helping find the Franklin expedition than in helping find jobs and opportunities for young Canadians. Why are the Conservatives so out of touch with middle-class Canadian families?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has the best jobs record in the entire G7, with over 1 million net new jobs created since July of 2009. And both the IMF and the OECD forecast that we will have among the strongest economic growth in the years ahead. But as we have always said, we are not immune to the ongoing global economic turbulence. That's why we're working hard to implement the Pro-Growth Measures and Economic Action Plan 2013, including extending and expanding the hiring credit for small business and increasing and indexing the lifetime capital gains exemption and much more, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, credit unions like the Victory Credit Union and Kings Hants are important economic drivers for rural and small-town Canada. It makes no sense for the Conservatives to raise taxes on credit unions by $75 million. In Manitoba alone, this will be a loss of $5 million to credit union owner members. And in Steinbach, it's going to cost citizens there over $1 million. So why are the tax and waste Conservatives ripping off the credit union owner members of Steinbach for over $1 million? Why the attack on rural and small-town Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, credit unions will still have access to the lower small business tax rate. That has not changed. We're simply eliminating an outdated tax subsidy from the 1970s, put in by his government, I might say, when the tax system was very different. No other small business received that special tax subsidy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the people and local elected officials of the Lower St. Lawrence are impatiently awaiting the announcement on Phase 3 for the upgrading of Highway 185 to a 4-lane highway. This is the Trans-Canadian. Once completed, this will be an essential tool for the economic development of the region, as well as improving safety on one of the most dangerous highways in Quebec. Can the minister confirm if she discussed this with her Quebec counterpart during the last meeting of the Ministers of Transport? If so, can she guarantee federal support, as was the case for Phases 1 and 2? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The government is working closely with the government of Quebec on transport issues in the province, and we will cooperate. Thank you. Honourable member of the Rimouski. That's a hollow response once again. It takes a commitment from now. Too many families have lost loved ones on Highway 185. Rather than standing by and sending the ball into Quebec's court, the federal government has an opportunity to show leadership here. The minister could take the lead and sign an agreement now on federal provincial funding. They could confirm the participation of the federal government and be ready when the province is ready to proceed. Can the minister guarantee the government's participation in this project today, as was the case for the two previous phases of this, which is part of the Trans-Canadian Highway? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Yes, thank you Mr. Speaker. I would remind my colleague that we are always working in collaboration with the province of Quebec and transport officials. And as was the case with other programs, they will determine the priorities.
Mr. Speaker, though the opposition might be fooled by Rouhani's charm offensive in Iran, we on this side of the House will not be. As the UN rapporteur notes in his latest report, the human rights situation in Iran continues to be abysmal. The number of political prisoners executed is at an all-time high. Average citizens remain subject to arbitrary arrest, imprisonment, threat, harassment, and torture. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs please tell this House the government's views on the regressive, clerical, militarist regime in Iran?
The Honourable Minister
Mr. Speaker, I share her disappointment with the NDP's recent statements on this regard. You see, they have a president in Iran who got elected when they wouldn't even allow women, who represent 51% of the population of Iran, to even contest the office. Iran has, as she has mentioned, has stepped up its death penalty cases this year, which is deeply concerning to Canada. It's supporting Assad's war against his own people, including providing him with material support. It's financing and actively supporting terrorism around the world. You know, its nuclear program causes us deep concern. You don't need to manufacture medical isotopes under 300 meters of rock, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, it seems the Conservative government is continuing its march towards eliminating its federal presence on Prince Edward Island. Now it seems the Vernon River Post Office is the next federal service to be axed. The government continues to remove federal jobs, assets and services from Prince Edward Island. Will the government commit to keeping the Vernon River Post Office open and stop its attack on rural Prince Edward Island?
Great question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Are choosing to communicate in ways other than sending letters. Due to the lack of demand, mail volumes have dropped almost 25% since 2008 and continue to fall. Right. Since 1981, Canada Post has had a mandate to operate on a self-sustaining financial basis. Mr. Speaker, we are concerned that they are posting significant losses.
Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. We are looking at an incompetent government, Mr. President. That is what the Canadian Centre on Policy Alternatives on Railway Safety's report confirms. Reducing rail safety budgets by 19%, whereas oil transports has gone from 500 cars to 140,000 is totally irresponsible. Out of respect for the victims of Lac Mégantic, will the Minister of Transport finally explain to us how she is going to correct her government's complacency?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Quite the contrary, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has been taking action. With respect to Lac Mégantic, obviously our thoughts and prayers are with the families and victims that are affected by this tragic accident. We do need to let the authorities continue their investigation. Transport Canada will not hesitate to act on recommendations.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Speaker, since 2006, our government has invested almost $5 billion new dollars to improve financial benefits, improve services like snow cleaning and home cleaning, while focusing on veterans' rehabilitation. In total, this represents one-third more than that previous government spent on a yearly basis for Canadian veterans. Would the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs please update this House on any new improvements our government has made?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
I thank my colleague from Northumberland, Quinte West, for his hard work for Canadian veterans. In fact, according to Veterans Ombudsman, a 24-year corporal who is medically released from the military will receive now an upwards of $2 million in total financial benefits because of the improvements our government has made, Mr. Speaker. What's more, a veteran who is injured in the line of duty now will have up to $75,000 for a university or college tuition, retraining, and certification program, Mr. Speaker. Our government is focused on helping veterans transition to civilian life, and we will continue to do that, Mr.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in order to get out of this crisis of confidence provoked by the Prime Minister, his entourage and senators, some are asking the Prime Minister to testify under oath. Others want him to file all of the documents or make them public. But there is a solution that meets all of these requirements or requests, which is an independent public inquiry like the Comrie Commission or the Charbonneau Commission. In order to get out of the quagmire that he got himself into and stop getting tangled up in his contradictions, why does the Prime Minister not set up an independent public inquiry as soon as possible, as the Bloc Québécois has been asking for from the outset?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue to work with all authorities and provide any information that they require.
Mr. Speaker, to appease their electoral base, which is grumbling in the face of this avalanche of ethical scandals in this government, the Conservatives are now multiplying their vicious attacks against Quebec. The controversial appointment of Justice Nadon, challenges to Bill 99 in Quebec, and the unilateral reform of the Senate are all intended to create conflicts in order to distract attention. Now the Minister of Human Resources is preparing new interference in the area of workforce training by criticizing the Quebec requirements for construction apprentices. Why does the minister want to lower standards for which only Quebec has jurisdiction?
Honourable Deputy Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to... Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of manpower training, it's really very important. Quebec is working on these programs. We have programs that are available in Canada. Canadians in the provinces can use those, and we could bring these together, these initiatives.
For Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Mr. Speaker, no due process, no presumption of innocence, no natural justice. 3 senators with very different fact sets lumped together for punishment. If this kind of vigilante justice took place in any other place in Canada, these people could go to the courts for redress following because of these numerous violations. But because it's in the Senate, as it would be in the House if this precedent goes unchallenged, they will find themselves, just as Helena Gerges did, told it's royal prerogative and you have no right to complain if your reputation is ruined. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing, stop this farce in the Senate, and call a full inquiry?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, I'll let the NDP, Liberals, and now the Green Party stand up for these 3 senators who are accused of very large infractions with taxpayers' money, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been very clear. We want this motion passed. Mr. Speaker, we want the Liberals in the Senate to stop obstructing this. They need to pass this immediately. Mr. Speaker, it is on this side of the House we're going to stand up for taxpayers, Mr. Speaker, and we want the opposition to do the same, have the Liberal senators get out of the way, pass this motion immediately, Mr. Speaker.
That will bring period for oral questions to a close for today. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Baird, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Implement the Convention on Cluster Munitions. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the... I apologize, a little bit of a distraction here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the special order made previously, I would like to inform the House that this bill is in the same form as S10 was in the previous session at the time of prorogation.
Mr. Baird, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, Premier Lecture de ce projet de loi.
And the Chair is satisfied that this bill is in the same form as that of Bill S10 when it was before the House at the time of prorogation of the first session of the 41st Parliament. En conséquence, conformément.
Therefore, pursuant to the order adopted on Monday, October 21st, 2013, the bill is deemed read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development.
Continuing with introduction of government bills, Mrs. Agluka for Ms. Glover, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Museums Act in order to establish the Canadian Museum of History and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Minister of the Honourable Minister of the Environment, rather.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the special orders made previously, I would like to inform the House that this bill is in the same form as C-49 was in the previous session at the time of prorogation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mrs. Agluka for Mrs. Glover, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Premier Lecture de ce projet de loi. First reading of this bill.
La Présidence est...
The Speaker is comfortable that the bill is in the same form that it was at the stage when it was Bill C-49 in the first session of the Parliament.
To an order made on Monday, October 21st, 2013, the bill is deemed read the second time, considered by the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, reported without amendment, and concurred in at report stage. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Déclaration du ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee of Procedure and House Affairs, and that report states, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "The committee advised that, pursuant to Standing Order 91-1 sub 2, the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business met to consider the items added to the order of precedence as a result of the replenishment of Wednesday, June 5, 2013, and recommended that the items listed herein, which it has determined should not be designated non-votable, be considered by the House."
Conformément à l'article 4.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93-12, the report is deemed adopted.
Présentation de rapport du...
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate bills. Motions. Motion.
Presenting petitions.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it's my honour to rise to present two petitions. The first deals with Bill 442. It's a private member's bill calling for a national Lyme disease strategy. I happen to have been the person who tabled it, but I like to think it will come from all members of this House. I've heard from so many members of Parliament who have, like I do, constituents who are suffering from this terrible disease, and this strategy will be of assistance to people who have Lyme, but very significantly will help with prevention and greater awareness. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, coming from residents of Kingston and Toronto area, is calling on the government to avoid, to refuse, and to stop the ratification of the Canada-China Investment Treaty, a treaty that would bind future governments for 31 years to allowing the People's Republic of China state-owned enterprises superior rights to bring arbitration cases against Canada if they don't like the laws we pass here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. La députée de Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to present a petition signed by residents of Vaudreuil-Soulanges calling on the government to have the Transport Board, the Transportation Safety Board, change its rules.
Calling upon Parliament of Canada to ask the Canadian Transportation Agency to review train speed regulations and to make positive train control systems mandatory in Canada. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
I rise again today to table yet another petition on behalf of several hundred more constituents in Guelph with regard to their health concerns with cell towers. The petitioners reference the World Health Organization agency, which has classified cell towers as a Class 2B carcinogen. They also reference the National Research Council press report that cell towers should not be placed within 500 metres of residential properties, schools, hospitals and daycares, but should be at least 1,000 metres away. My constituents call on the Government of Canada to revise the Health Canada Safety Code 6 and enforce a moratorium on all new installations of cellular and wireless antennae and base stations until there are more studies. They also call for an immediate implementation of unbiased, non-industry funded scientific research and ask the government to adopt the House of Commons Standing Committee on Health's report entitled An Examination of the Potential Health Impacts of Radio Frequency Electromagnetic Radiation. The indiscriminate installation of cell towers at just any location must stop now, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of a large number of people from Prince Edward Island who wish to draw to the attention of the House of Commons that the Northumberland Ferries Limited contract ends March 31st, 2014. The economy of eastern Prince Edward Island depends heavily on the ferry service, and it needs to help maintain the three industries in Prince Edward Island, mainly farming, fishing and tourism. Therefore, we, the petitioners, wish to direct the Government of Canada to negotiate a new contract that is equal to or greater than the previous 3-year contract with the Northumberland Ferries Limited, taking into account the increase in the Consumer Price Index, and provide adequate public funding in order to ensure that the infrastructure meets or exceeds the levels of today's standards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Presentation de petition. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And since I don't see any other members rising, we have a bit of time left. I'm hoping you'll allow me to introduce 2 petitions today. First, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to rise in the House to table yet another set of petitions with hundreds of signatures about protecting old age security. I know that the government had hoped that this issue would go away, but no such luck. The petitioners want to remind the government that the changes to OAS hurt the poorest seniors the most, that they disadvantage younger Canadians, and that there's no need to make these changes since OAS is fully sustainable in the long term without these punishing changes. For all of these reasons, the petitioners call upon the government to maintain the retirement age of OAS at 65 years and to make the required investments in the guaranteed income supplement to lift every Canadian senior out of poverty. While I know that the rules of Parliament do not allow me to endorse a petition, let me just say that I'm delighted to have had the opportunity to present it in the House today. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, last month I was in Nanaimo, where I had the opportunity to meet with a large number of labour activists from all over Vancouver Island, alongside my colleague from Nanaimo Cowichan. One of the issues we discussed at length was my private member's bill, Bill C-201, which will be debated in the House for the first time next week. I'm delighted to say that the petition that I'm presenting in this House today was circulated as a result of those conversations. It is signed by almost 100 people from the island who are all urging the government to support Bill C-201 so that tradespersons and indentured apprentices can deduct travel and accommodation expenses from their taxable income when they work at a construction site more than 80 kilometres away from their home. I very much appreciate this expression of support from the West Coast, and I'm pleased to be able to table this petition in the House today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Presentation de petition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading on Bill C-4, Economic Action Plan 2013, Act Number 2, and on the amendment of Ms. Nash.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure today to rise today to speak to the Economic Action Plan 2013, Act Number 2. This Act will implement key measures from the Economic Action Plan 2013. It will also implement certain previously announced tax measures which will help create jobs, stimulate economic growth, and secure Canada's long-term prosperity. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have come to rely on our Conservative government to remain focused on the priorities that matter most to them, creating jobs for hardworking families and economic growth for local economies of all Canada. Since the depths of the global economic recession, Canada's overall job growth record remains the strongest amongst all G7 countries. Our government's plan for jobs and growth has helped contribute to the creation of more than 1 million new jobs, and we're on track to keep creating jobs and balance Canada's budget by 2015. However, we also recognize that the global economy also can be volatile. We sympathize with those who are still struggling to find a job, and we realize we are not immune to what happens outside our borders. That is why our government is working hard to implement positive job-creating measures from Economic Action Plan 2013. This includes tax breaks to help small businesses create jobs, the Canada Job Grant to help get more Canadians trained and into skilled jobs, the largest ever federal investment in job-creating infrastructure, new tax relief to help our manufacturing sector, and much more. Mr. Speaker, nowhere is it more apparent that we need more skilled Canadian workers than in my riding of Prince George Peace River. In fact, several local employers have come to me to express their increasing frustration with their inability to fill jobs because they can't find workers with the right skills. Meanwhile, there are also far too many Canadians out there looking for work.
That is why so many employers within my riding are looking forward to the full implementation of the new Canada Job Grant. The Canada Job Grant will provide $15,000 or more per person in combined federal, provincial, and territorial and employer funding to help Canadians get the skills they need for in-demand jobs. Once fully implemented, the grant will help nearly 130,000 Canadians access training at eligible institutions like community colleges and trade union centres each year. This new program will ensure that Canadians have the skills employers are seeking and employers are able to fill those key jobs. In addition to the new Canada Job Grant, Economic Action Plan 2013 is investing in skills and training for Canadians by reducing barriers to apprenticeship, accreditation, supporting the use of apprentices in federal projects, and strengthening training support for persons with disabilities. Building on these important new job-creating measures, we continue to remain focused on Canada's long-term prosperity by introducing the Economic Action Plan 2013, Act No. 2. As we all know, small business entrepreneurs are big job creators, responsible for nearly half of all private sector jobs in Canada, and are a key driving force in making Canada a leader on the world stage. We also know that to help create jobs, we must also help businesses. That is why Bill C-4 introduces more positive job-creating measures for small business entrepreneurs. One important measure is extending and expanding the hiring credit for small business for 1 year to help employers with the cost of new hires. In addition, we will promote the stability and predictability for employers and their employees by freezing employment insurance premium rates for the next 3 years. This will leave $660 million in the pockets of job creators and workers in 2014 alone. We have also included measures that will increase the lifetime capital gains exemption to $800,000 from $750,000 and index it going forward. This positive measure will increase the rewards of investing in small business by making it easier for owners to transfer their family businesses to the next generation of Canadians. Manufacturers and processors are also major contributors to our economy, employing approximately 1.8 million Canadians in a wide range of industries across Canada. A strong manufacturing sector also helps create jobs among suppliers and contributes to innovation throughout the economy. That is why in Economic Action Plan 2013 No. 2, our government is strengthening the competitiveness of this sector by expanding the accelerated capital cost allowance to further encourage investments in clean energy generation. This measure will allow businesses in Canada to face current economic challenges and improve their long-term prospects by adopting new and innovative technologies to increase productivity. This will help businesses compete globally while creating jobs in all regions of Canada. These initiatives demonstrate our government's clear commitment to support small business entrepreneurs to create jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for all Canadians in all communities, like those in my riding of Prince George Peace River. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we understand that we must also respect Canadian taxpayer dollars. Whether on job creators, hardworking families, or any other Canadians, low taxes are a crucial part of our economic success. Our Conservative government has cut taxes over 150 times, income taxes, the GST, business taxes, and we're justifiably proud of that record. Because of our actions, the average family is now saving over $3,200 a year. Economic Action Plan 2013 takes further action to support Canadian families by eliminating tariffs on babies' clothing, sporting goods, and athletic equipment. Canadian seniors are also benefiting from a low tax plan. In fact, the average senior pays $2,260 less in taxes each year due to our tax reductions. And the average single senior can earn almost $20,000 a year, and the average senior couple can earn almost $40,000 a year without paying a single nickel of federal income tax. One thing that definitely affects my parents. Small businesses are benefiting as well from our government's tax reductions. A small Canadian private business with a taxable income of more than $500,000 now pays 34% less federal tax than in 2006, equivalent to a tax savings of $28,000 that can be reinvested to fuel growth and job creation. Bill C-4 is taking further action to ensure Canadian taxpayer dollars are respected by introducing measures to improve the efficiency of the temporary foreign worker program by expanding electronic service delivery. The Economic Action Plan 2013 also includes measures that will modernize the Canada Student Loans Program by moving to electronic service delivery, as well as plans to phase out the Labour-sponsored venture capital corporations tax credit. Meanwhile, we remain on track to balance Canada's budget by 2015. Earlier this week, the annual financial report of the Government of Canada for 2012-2013 was released, which showed the continued downward track of Canada's annual deficit. In 2012-2013, the deficit fell to $18.9 billion. This was down by more than one quarter from the deficit of $26.3 billion in 2011-2012, and down by nearly two-thirds from the $55.6 billion deficit recorded in 2009-2010. Our government's responsible spending of taxpayer dollars has played an important role in these results, with direct program expenses falling by 1.2% from the year prior and by 3.8% from 2010-2011. This is just further proof that we are finding savings within government and are refusing to spend recklessly. And we will do so without raising taxes or cutting transfers to Canadians or the provinces and territories. Mr. Speaker, these initiatives demonstrate our government's clear commitment to support small business, entrepreneurs, to create jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for all Canadians, while respecting Canadian taxpayer dollars. That is why I am pleased to support this bill, C4. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I enjoyed my colleague from the West's comments. However, he did talk about creating opportunities in the trades, and if he would go to the front page of the Economic Action Plan website, you'll find a little link called Creating Opportunities in the Trades, and there's a link to a video in which 90% of the people who are getting education in the trades are men, and the only education being given to women in the trades is for cutting hair, applying nails, and by that I mean fingernails, and cutting food. We think over on this side of the House that women can do anything that men can do. Why does the government not think so?
The honourable member for Prince George Peace River.
Yes, thanks to my colleague for that question. Being a tradesman myself, I was a carpenter for many years before I got this job. And one thing I will say, that trades are open to both male and female. It's just up to them to decide which trade they would like to enter. I notice in my particular trade, carpentry, there's been a lot more females that I've seen just on the work sites today than there has been before. So I think things are changing. I think our government would like to see males and females both become skilled tradespeople and in all types of trades. And we would welcome that to our current economic job market. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened attentively to the member for Prince George Peace River to his speech, and I was wondering if he could expand on the things that he sees in Bill C4, the bill on the budget, the talk about investments in communities and infrastructure. We know it's very, very important. I know he's got some very challenged communities with respect to building up their infrastructure, a lot of growth, some big needs when it comes to moving people and goods around. If he could expand on that, I'd like to hear his comments, please.
Member for Prince George Peace River.
Yeah, thank you to my colleague for that particular question. Yeah, infrastructure is a big deal for us in the north and northeast. One thing that I always refer to when I talk to my constituents is we have a big economic engine in the northeast of British Columbia. We need more resources and more infrastructure to keep that engine working efficiently. And the gas tax transfer fund has been well received in British Columbia, and we're seeing some changes within municipalities and the way that funding is getting designated, but it's being well received within our parts of the province and our parts of the country, and as I'm sure across the country, for the much needed infrastructure to keep this economic engine running at full capacity.
Questions and comments? Honourable Député de Chambly-Bordois.
The honourable member for Chambly-Bordois. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Since the beginning of this debate, I've been hearing a number of speeches from the government side talking about jobs and the economy, and it always brings up the same question that we aren't getting any answers to, and that is, why does one part of this omnibus bill have to do with appointments to the Supreme Court? My theory, and the one that a number of my colleagues share, is that there was a botched process in Quebec last time round, And because of that, the government's trying to create a way around that, a workaround. And I really don't see what that's doing here in a Budget Implementation Act. And I wonder if my colleague could explain that. Why is that in this bill? And will the government support a motion that we're going to put forward to hive that out of the Budget Implementation Act?
Thank you, my colleague, for that question as well. One thing that one of my earlier colleagues from this side of the House spoke to earlier is that our government likes to get things done. And often in legislation and budget bills, it's a way for us to get a lot done in short order. And I think that's been our Conservative mantra over the last few years, is a government that does get things done instead of just having endless debate about issues that we know Canadians want answers for right now. So that's why we do what we do in terms of getting legislation through, and why we see it as an efficient way of passing legislation as opposed to what the opposition would say. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for just a short question and response. Questions and comments? No? Oh, the honourable member for Vancouver South, no, pardon me, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Merci bien, Monsieur President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member could give some insight on how the provisions we're discussing this morning will impact the West Coast, particularly where he and I are both from.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for that question too. Yeah, I think again, our government is focused on the economy and having that economy generally in Canada just keep chugging along. And I think so. Some of the things that we talked about, the jobs skills grant, is going to affect us greatly, and being able to answer that need, especially in the West, for skilled workers in our workforce. It's going to be a need that it's already hitting us, and it's going to be hitting us even more, and we're responding to that need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm pleased to rise today to speak on Bill C4, which was to be a Budget Implementation Act, but it is much, much more. And it's that much, much more that has a bunch of us on this side of the House worried about what the government really intends to do. For example, this Budget Implementation Act includes a redefinition of what constitutes a danger in a workplace. And the definition has been in the Canada Labour Code for many, many years and is well understood now by the health and safety officers, by the workplace safety committees, by the employers, by the employees, and to change it in a manner that will not allow us to have full and fulsome debate is a dangerous practice in itself. Because now we won't know what the new definition means. The old definition talked about any existing or potential hazard or condition, or any current or future activity that could reasonably be expected to cause injury or illness to a person exposed to it. The new definition requires that that danger be imminent or serious. What the heck does imminent or serious mean? Well, to find out, we have to ask the minister. And the minister is the only person who is now able, under this legislation, to determine whether something is an imminent or serious threat to an individual. And that because they have taken out the health and safety officers from across the country and replaced it by one individual. So each and every declaration of a danger to a person in the workplace in Canada now has to be determined by the minister, him or herself. And I don't know if the minister has enough time to get to all the workplaces in Canada. The minister is pretty busy legislating companies back to work. So I don't know if he or she has enough time to do that, but it's a very serious measure that's being taken in a budget implementation bill with very limited time to discuss. The other thing that's happening in this bill is that for the public service, the definition of what can be arbitrated in terms of what we call interest arbitration processes has changed dramatically. And the definition of what constitutes an essential service is now in the head of the minister himself, not in a jointly agreed to by both parties system, but the minister himself can decide what is an essential service in the civil service. For example, he could decide that his driver is an essential service, and that person therefore would be prohibited from taking any action. The danger with this kind of tinkering with the existing well-known and well-understood legislation is where it may lead in the rest of Canada. We have police forces, we have fire departments, we have ambulance services, we have paramedic services across this country that rely on an arbitration system to feel as though they are getting paid appropriately for their work and that their terms and conditions of work are dealt with. They're not allowed to go on strike. They're not allowed to exercise what the rest of Canadians have, which is the ability to withdraw their services. So all of those other folks across the country have got to be wondering, where the heck is this government going, and where will it lead the provincial governments that deal with these things as well? So they have not only redefined what is an essential service and just basically said the minister can pick and choose what he wants it to be, but they have redefined what constitutes the terms under which an arbitrator can decide a collective agreement. And as you'll recall from, I think it was a year and a half ago now, maybe it was 2 years, the Minister of Labour actually set the conditions under which an arbitrator was free or not free to decide a collective agreement when it came to Air Canada, when it came to Canada Post, when it came to CP Rail. Those agreements were decided by an arbitrator, except the arbitrator's hands were tied. And if I was in a police force across this country, I'd be worried. If I was a firefighter in this country, I'd be worried about where this federal government is leading us down this road of redefining what can and can't be done by an arbitrator. I want to also talk, because I'm the Deputy Critic for Persons with Disabilities, the member for Winnipeg South Centre talked in glowing terms about the fact that this government has made the Enabling Accessibility Fund a permanent feature of future budgets, which is a good thing. The problem is that particular fund is a conservative slush fund, unfortunately, and I don't mean that any of the groups that receive the money are somehow complicit in this, but 85% of the money goes to conservative ridings. Now, conservatives don't represent 85% of the population of Canada. I think something like 24% voted for them last time. So how is it that 85% of the Enabling Accessibility Fund goes to conservative-held ridings, or if a group or organization is turned down for money under the Enabling Accessibility Fund, all they got to do is have a friend like the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and that minister will go and grease palms or whatever it is he has to do to change the decision by whoever made the decision so that that group or association can get money out of the Enabling Accessibility Fund. We don't have any objections to there being an Enabling Accessibility Fund. In fact, it should be bigger than it is, but we would like to see it distributed fairly across the country. I have groups in my riding who have been turned down for Enabling Accessibility money and can't fathom the reasons why, because they're not given. There is no sudden decision that says you didn't get it because of X, Y, or Z. It just comes back they didn't get it. And when we hear that groups in conservative-held ridings have no trouble getting money, we wonder where this money is coming from. The other thing that I want to say about this Budget Implementation Act is that this government has determined that they can add new stuff that wasn't in the budget. So not only were the issues dealing with the redefinition of what constitutes a danger, the removal of the health and safety officers and replacing them with the minister, the changing of the arbitration process for civil service, but they've added a redefinition of what constitutes a Supreme Court justice, someone coming from Quebec. How is that in a budget bill? And how is that something that we can think costs money? The Conservative response, and I understand where they're coming from, though I don't like it, is that, well, it's something that came up just recently. We got to fix it really quick, and we can rush this thing through, and we can get it done in a hurry. Well, then there are a whole bunch of other things that came up really just recently that have not been included in this bill, that have to do with money, that have to do with budgets, that have to do with taxpayers and their pocketbooks. And the Conservatives talked about them in the throne speech, but they're not here. The throne speech talked about pay to pay. For those of you who don't know what that means, if you are a cable TV or a cell phone subscriber with any of the big carriers in Canada, you got to pay $2 to get a paper bill. So if you don't have the internet to get your bill, you got to pay $2, and this government collects tax on that $2. So it's no wonder they're delaying it, is because they want to keep collecting that tax. Most of the people affected by that are seniors who don't have access to the internet, who don't have ready accessibility to electronic forms of payment. And not only that, even those people who opted to get it electronically are now being told that if they want the detailed billing, they got to pay $3 to get it electronically. So not only, and the government will tax that. Yeah. So there'll be 15 cents federally, and on Ontario another 8 cents provincially going into the coffers of the government every time somebody pays their bill or accepts a bill in paper. They promised to do something about that in the throne speech. Where is it? If you can do things real quick like this, why can't you put this in the Budget Implementation Act? There's no help for airline passengers. They voted against, I think almost unanimously, if not unanimously, against Bill C-459, which would have provided a system to help airline passengers from the vagaries of the airlines bumping them off of flights. There was talk about that before the budget, the throne speech, but nothing in the throne speech and nothing in this budget bill. There is nothing in this budget bill that is a relief for the 200% increase in cable TV fares that have cable and satellite fees that have taken place since it was deregulated completely by the CRTC. And in fact, in the throne speech, they didn't even talk about that. They said that consumers will be able to pick and play whatever they want in the terms, yeah, at a cost. Yeah, I'll pick a channel, but it'll cost me an arm and a leg. There's nothing in here for my pocketbook, for the pocketbook of the ordinary Canadians. And so that pick and play, I mean, we would rather that if you want to talk about pick and play, let's apply it to this legislation. We would like to be able to pick and play those things that are good for Canadians and not have to vote against them, while we can vote against those things that are not good for Canadians. That's the kind of pick and play that I'd like to see. We have no relief for bank fees. The Symes Senior Centre in my riding has told me that just recently the banks have told them that in order to get a printed statement of their bank account, and they're not-for-profit seniors center that's trying to struggle through with whatever little money they can get from grants and the rest, they now have to pay to get that statement. They didn't used to because they were a senior center. And now that they have to pay to get that statement, there's no relief for them. There's nothing in this budget bill that actually reduces those exorbitant bank fees. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to, I see you're trying to wrap up my time, and I agree I'm at the end of my time. We need to rethink how we do these budgets and not put things in the budget that don't have anything to do with budgets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the members opposite for his speech. I just wanted him to answer the question in regards to essential services. He mentioned that firefighters, police officers would be subject to this. The Public Service Labor Relation Act is a federal piece of legislation that only applies to those that come under it. Could he just explain how he would square the two, Mr. Speaker? It seems to me he's creating some confusion for the people that are watching, and I look forward to his answer.
The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
That's not, in fact, what I said. What I said, Mr. Speaker, was that there are groups of individuals in this country who are bound by the definition of an essential service, and I referred to police, firefighters, and ambulances. And those individuals, seeing a change at the federal level, ought to be worried about where that will take us at the provincial level. When the federal level starts redeciding what can be arbitrated and how much an arbitrator can, how badly his hands will be tied, those kinds of indications at the federal level will spring up at the provincial level. If the feds can do it, why can't we? And that's why those individuals ought to be worried about where this government is taking us.
Questions and comments. The
Honourable Member from Jean-Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague.
Following on what one of the members from one of the government members had mentioned in terms of we create these omnibus bills to get things done. And I just want to ask my colleague if he would comment on this ends justifies the means type of attitude in terms of, in particular in terms of workers, Canadian workers, where they seem to divide Canadian workers from Canadians. Canadian workers are the bulk of Canadian citizens. Thus, the attacks that they're making on these workers are attacks on Canadians. And I wonder if my honourable colleague would comment on that.
The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with the comment that this government tends to attack working Canadians more than any I've ever seen. And so the attacks that we find in this omnibus budget bill, and I use the word budget bill lightly because it isn't really a budget bill when you include redefining the definition of a danger in a workplace, are attacks on ordinary Canadian workers. And those attacks take place in the context of something that the government is saying is necessary part of the budget bill. This government wants us to think, and wants Canadians to think, this is ordinary, regular business, that it's ordinary for governments to throw everything into a budget, including the kitchen sink. It's not ordinary. It's extraordinary. It's extraordinary to limit debate on it, and we, as parliamentarians, won't be given the opportunity to say our piece on the matters that this government has added to this bill.
Questions and comments? Yes, un commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to continue on the same aspect of this speech. Rather than really talking about the economy, this is a way for government ministers to find ways to not commit the mistakes that they've made from the beginning. Appointing judges to the Supreme Court. Well, there's a problem there, never mind. We'll just fix it next time around, and the same thing with the public service provisions. If it's a problem, we'll fix it next time around. So it's really incredible to see that kind of mentality, especially with a government like this. And I'd just like my colleague to talk a little bit about the fact that it's funny, we hear a lot of talk about small businesses and the importance of having low tax rates. But in fact, it's interesting, I looked at the report on the federal government's state of its budget, and small businesses have only had a break of 1% in their taxes compared to big businesses who have, I think, got down to 20%, if I recall correctly, and I think it's unacceptable from this kind of a government.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. It certainly points to the difference that this government has when it comes to big business versus small business. Obviously, big business has done very well under this government because their taxes have been reduced substantially to the point where they're now sitting on $500 billion in free cash that they're not investing. The whole point of cutting taxes for the big businesses was that they would create jobs. Well, they didn't. And the real job creators in this country are the small businesses, and they have not received the same kind of tax relief that we would have proposed. This government has not done for those small businesses. And those small businesses are the first ones to tell you that the bank fees that they're being faced with when it comes to credit cards, which are not in this budget, are not being addressed by this government. And those small businesses are hurting with those bank fees. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to rise in the House today to talk about Bill C-4, the Budget Implementation Act. As you know, this builds on the budget that was introduced in the spring of this year. Very important budget. It's the economic action plans that we've had have really helped the Canadian economy weather the storms, the financial turmoil that we've had around the world. And I think we're also taking some important measures for my own city of Toronto and my constituency of Etobicoke Lakeshore. So I'd like to talk about that, Mr. Speaker. But just before doing that, I want to talk about the broad strokes, why the economic action plan is so important. First of all, there was the identified need when it comes to skilled people in our economy. This disconnect that we had between available jobs that were out there and people looking for work. And so we've put in place a plan through the Budget Implementation Act to actually make that happen. We'll get the provinces to get on board. They've been doing things for a long time now, and we've had a lot of feedback from businesses. The missing stakeholder in all of this job creation when it comes to labour training has been businesses, and they've said very loudly, and we've responded to their request to put in programs that really respond to their needs. And that's why we've proposed the Canada Job Grant, subject to participation by the provinces, which we'll hope they'll see the need, that enough businesses will tell the provinces to get on board with that program. The other big element in the Economic Action Plan, of course, is the long-term infrastructure plan, and that's really critical. This is the first time that a government has put such a big infrastructure investment plan together, where we're looking to invest in the much neglected infrastructure in our cities, in our provinces, in our communities, and it's really critical that we have a long-term investment in infrastructure, not just to move people around, but to move goods and to create jobs, and that's why that's an important pillar of the Economic Action Plan. And I'll talk about some of the specific projects in my city of Toronto and why that's so critical. There's also a recognition that we're now in the 21st century, and our economy will be transitioning all the time. It does, and more so than ever. And that means there's a needed investment in research and innovation. And with a focus, Mr. Speaker, on the commercialization of all the great R&D that we do in this country, recognizing that once you have a commercialized set of programs and projects and services, that it becomes a virtuous cycle of investment. And that's the kind of far-sighted thinking that we've got in this budget, and that's why I support it so much. Another important pillar, Mr. Speaker, is supporting families and communities. You know, there's a lot of things that we need to do to make sure that the costs associated with raising a family are recognized, and also that the measures that we take in our communities to support the raising of a family is also recognized. And then we also have to look at the great successes we've had in our country with our great companies and the businesses that are world players. We have companies based in Toronto and based in cities across the country that compete with anybody. They need the tools to succeed on the global stage, and they've been doing that, but they need that extra help from the federal government. In many cases, it's a get out of the way from the federal government. And so there's some measures in place in this Budget Implementation Act that will do exactly that. And underpinning all of this, Mr. Speaker, is an overall plan to return to balanced budgets. You know, that's really critical. That's it. We're leading the G7, most of the OECD, when it comes to having a manageable debt-to-GDP ratio, and we're going to continue with that. We've got a plan in place that's going to reduce our deficit and balance the budgets, and it's a combination of growing the economy, and at the same time, we're not going to be raising taxes. Unlike the opposition parties that keep talking about new taxes, people within the opposition parties say things like amen to new taxes. Well, we're not saying that. You know, we want to listen to Canadians who say keep our taxes low. They want to, they recognize that when they give $100 to the government, far less of that actually gets spent on them. You know, there's a big cut that the government takes through all its bureaucracy, and they want to keep their taxes low. In many cases, they want to deliver the services themselves. You know, things like childcare, for example, where they can find efficient means within their own communities. That's why we introduced the child care tax credit, the universal child benefit several years ago, because they know that they can efficiently get the child services that they need. So I'm just going to, again, I know in the short time I have available, just talk about some of the context before talking about some of the specifics. But you know, Mr. Speaker, that we've created over 1 million net new jobs since the depth of the recession in 2008. By far, the best job creation record in the G7. And it's not just us saying that, not just this government saying that, it's many other bodies like the IMF and the OECD. They project that Canada's going to have the strongest growth in the G7 in the years ahead. And that's because of strong, stable, and consistent government when it comes to supporting business and investment and making sure that we have the foundation for a strong economy. The World Economic Forum ranked our banking system the soundest in the world. This is the 5th year in a row that they've done that. And of course, we've got our AAA credit rating in this country, which lowers our borrowing costs, again, keeping our deficits low. So it's really important that we keep doing some of those things and stay on the track that we've been on. You know, before the global recession, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government, between 2006 and 2008, we actually paid down $37 billion in debt. You know, we were looking ahead, recognizing that we need to pay down debt. I should mention also, Mr. Speaker, we did that while reducing taxes, reducing income taxes, reducing consumption taxes, and reducing business taxes. So we grew the economy and reduced taxes, and we paid down a lot of debt. There was an increase in the debt during the recession. Ours was actually less than most countries around the world. And now we're looking to get back to that balanced budget. So let me talk about the taxes. You know, a significant source of revenue for the government is tariffs. And in Economic Action Plan, we're actually going to eliminate tariffs on some important items like baby clothes and sporting goods and exercise equipment. That's about $76 million in tax relief, in tariff relief, I should say, Mr. Speaker. This is over and above the $500 million a year in tariff reduction that we've already put in place. So this is really important. People need to be able to buy things affordably to support their families, things like baby clothes and sporting goods. But even clothing, you know, there's all kinds of things where we've actually reduced tariffs significantly, and we hope to keep doing that. And another important form of taxes, of course, EI premiums. And so we're looking to extend the hiring credit for small business to up to $1,000 for new hires, Mr. Speaker. And that, you know, I should mention there's over 500,000 employers that actually benefited from that, and they saved about $225 million in EI premiums. It's really important. It gives that added incentive to hire some new people. And there's been some strong feedback from the small business community in particular that they really support that program. So I'm going to just mention briefly, Mr. Speaker, some things that we're doing in BIA2 now. You know, there's some specific actions that we've put into BIA2 that talk about how we need to improve the fairness and integrity of the tax system. You know, it's really important that everybody pay their fair share, Mr. Speaker. There's many ways people are getting more sophisticated when it comes to avoiding taxes. And we've put some measures in place that will show that we mean it when we say we're going to crack down on tax cheats. And so we're going to close some tax loopholes, clarify the tax rules, and we're going to reduce international tax evasion. That means some of these tax shelters that have been utilized by Canadian companies, they won't be able to use them anymore. And we're really going to reduce that aggressive tax avoidance. And one of the things that really impressed me is the level of detail that we went into in BIA2, describing even how we're going to introduce new measures, criminal offenses to deter the use and possession and sale of electronic suppression of sales software. So there are businesses that have actually built tools into their point-of-sale software so they can avoid taxes. Now that's clearly illegal, and finally it's time that our legislation caught up with some of these tricks that certain people are using, and we're going to make that a criminal offense, and that's why it's part of BIA2. I just want to mention, Mr. Speaker, another important measure I talked about earlier is the infrastructure. You know, this is the largest and longest federal commitment to provincial, territorial, municipal infrastructure in Canadian history. No government in Canadian history has a plan to spend as much and for as long a time as this government when it comes to municipal infrastructure. And we're seeing some of the benefits of that in Toronto. I should mention that since 2006, the federal government has spent over $4.5 billion on infrastructure investment in the GTA. The GTA is an important part of our country. It's an economic engine, as many other parts of the country are. It's also had a lot of growth, and some of my colleagues from the GTA can testify to that. We've basically doubled in size within our lifetimes as a city, and yet our infrastructure hasn't caught up. So it's a real important need to make those investments, including things like the Bloor-Danforth subway extension in Scarborough. We're investing in the Spadina subway extension. We're making investments with our partners in the Ontario government to improve GO Transit, for example. And of course, there's the Union Station revitalization, which is a really important building architecturally, but as a transport hub, as a transportation and transit hub for the entire GTA. I should mention some of the specific measures that are outlined in BIA2. The Business Implementation Act. We're helping businesses succeed by providing tax relief for manufacturers. And manufacturing, as you know, is very important in Southern Ontario. And through these measures, we're going to have some tax relief to temporarily accelerate capital cost allowance so they can make new investments in critical equipment that improves their productivity. Finally, Mr. Speaker, just some specific items that are outlined in the budget. Something that I appreciate very much is the investments in Toronto and in Ontario in things like Massey Hall, important institution for the City of Toronto. So finally, Mr. Speaker, just to wrap up, I hope the opposition will support BIA2. It's a very important bill to keep the country moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for his speech. It would be interesting, and we'd like to be able to support this kind of bill. However, there are fundamental problems, and my colleague from Chambly-Belleterre raised a few. I'd like to ask a simple question. What does Section 471 and 472 do in C4? These two sections affect the way of appointing justices to the Supreme Court. So what are they doing in a Budget Implementation Act? The devil is always in the details when we're talking about the Conservatives, and it's unfortunate. After all of this, then they'll reproach us, criticize us for not having supported a bill that is all over the place and has nothing to do with the budget. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know that it's very, very important that Quebec be represented at the Supreme Court. And so this had to be done as effectively as possible, and this was put into the budget bill because it is critical that this justice be appointed to the Supreme Court as soon as possible. So this is a technical means.
Is that really there's so many good measures here when it comes to keeping taxes low and to really encourage investment. Finally, that's the most important thing. That's what creates jobs in this country. And, of course, the legal framework has to be there. And we are a fine country when it comes to having that legal framework to support business investment. And that's what's really attractive about this budget, and that's why I support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. Certainly, he's touched upon many great projects that are both in the Budget Economic Action Plan 2013 as well as in this particular Budget Implementation Act. I specifically want to make my comments and a question in regards to the Canada Job Grant. Mr. Speaker, I've spent, like many MPs, I'm sure such as yourself, spent a lot of time in my riding over the break consulting with local businesses, local employers, job creators, and I heard from many of them that would say, specifically, I'll give West Manufacturing in my area of West Kelowna. They make some of the most creative products for forestry as well as for tanks for oil and gas. But they specifically pointed that a lack of skilled labor is a key concern. They want to go from 2 shifts to 3, and they don't have the skilled labor. Mr. Speaker, I've also met with a lot of people that are underemployed, who have credentials, but yet cannot find the work. Can the Parliamentary Secretary just flesh out why this is an important program to carry forward? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board for his question. It's not just small businesses. I've many small businesses, medium-sized businesses also in my riding of Etobicoke Lakeshore. But I actually spent some time this summer with a local trade union, the Construction Crafts Union, who has a fabulous training facility in Richmond Hill. And they would like to participate in the Canada Jobs Grant. They say they could do the training much better than the province can, and they would like that participation by the federal government and the provincial government to help them train people that are much needed in the construction industry in the GTA. It was interesting that they were pointing out the same gaps in the current training programs that the employers were identifying. So I hope the opposition, I hope the provinces also will get on board with this great new plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and commentaires. Honourable député de...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Competitiveness has been hampered by this government's inaction. Low taxes alone haven't attracted innovators, and it's not a creative marketing policy for our economy. According to the World Economic Forum, Canada's competitiveness would be further enhanced by improvements in its innovation ecosystems, particularly government procurement of advanced tech. And it's been saying the same thing for the past 5 years. So why did the government wait this long? Unfortunately, my suspicion is that government's libertarian market recklessness was responsible for this hesitation in changing its economic policy.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his question. When it comes to investing in making Canada a more innovative place, really the federal government and the governments in general, actually, across the country have been spending a lot, more than basically at the top of the OECD when it comes to spending. Where we've been lacking, Mr. Speaker, has been in the private sector. I mean, private sectors, employers in Canada don't spend nearly enough in research and development, and we recognize that. And that's why we're supporting some advanced research, some commercialization projects, trying to get some of the colleges, the polytechnics, who can really do some of that work when it comes to commercialization. So that's one of the important measures that's in the budget, and I support that, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, in a week that's been dominated by the drama of Senate scandal and the political noose tightening around the Prime Minister's neck, the Conservatives' latest budget implementation bill all but flew under the radar of Canadians' attention. And yet, Bill C-4 is profoundly important for my constituents on Hamilton Mountain. As with all budget implementation bills, I always look forward to them with some hope. I'm always optimistic that the government will recognize the trajectory of economic indicators and play a positive role in mitigating potential negative impacts for hardworking Canadians. But while hope springs eternal, my optimism always vanishes when I crack the spine of the latest Conservative budget bill. And Bill C-4, unfortunately, was no exception. In fact, this latest Conservative effort was summed up perfectly by Toronto Star columnist Chantal Hébert, who aptly described the content of the 308-page bill as amounting to, quote, a handful of sometimes half-baked and always ill-defined promises. It was indeed a huge disappointment. Mr. Speaker, we just returned to Ottawa last week after a summer recess from parliamentary proceedings that was extended by yet another prorogation. All of us have had plenty of time to knock on doors in our communities and to talk to the very people who are most directly impacted by the government's budgetary policies. I certainly did that this summer, and what I heard was continuing anxiety about stagnating wages, job insecurity, and high household debt. And those fears are well-founded. They are not based on paranoia. Let's just review some of the facts. Over the past 35 years, under successive Liberal and Conservative governments, incomes have increased for the top 20%, but have decreased for everyone else. 80% of Canadians have seen a drop in their income. Our economy has grown by 147%, yet the real income of the average Canadian family has dropped by 7%. At the end of last year, Canadians' household debt reached 166% of disposable income. Canada's total household debt is now dangerously close to the peak levels prevailing in the United States just before the 2008 economic crisis. Indeed, the Bank of Canada is now referring to this debt as, quote, the biggest domestic risk to the Canadian economy. This is not only a burden on Canadian families, it is a threat to our entire economy. And yet, all the Conservatives have to say to the millions of families struggling to make ends meet is that they have to make do with less, that their children have to make do with less. Conservatives have done nothing to rein in the high cost of living for families. They've done nothing to guarantee retirement security for our seniors. They've watched a generation of middle-class jobs disappear, but they've done nothing to create the next generation of middle-class jobs. We can and must do better. It's time to put the interests of Canadians first, and the Budget Implementation Bill could and should have been the perfect opportunity to do just that. It should have made life more affordable for hardworking families. It should have created quality, well-paying jobs. It should have ensured secure retirements, and it should have fostered opportunities for young Canadians. What we got instead is a continuation of the austerity agenda, which is premised on the mistaken belief that you can cut your way to prosperity. As David Olive noted in the Star in March of this year, quote, sucking demand or cash out of an economy with cutbacks to government spending, including essential services and infrastructure upgrading, merely adds to the jobless lines and cuts household incomes. That, in turn, drives up social spending costs related to mounting unemployment. And it's not as if the Finance Minister were oblivious to that. He himself has repeatedly warned of the threat household debt poses to the economy. Yet neither his spring budget nor Bill C-4 does anything to offer Canadians help. In a scathing review of the Conservative record on the economy, this is what Michael Harris said in iPolitics, quote, apart from pitching a free trade deal with Antarctica, the Prime Minister has nothing to offer on the economy besides glowing self-appraisals, bad commercials on the public dime, and discount rate foreign workers inflating his dismal job creation numbers. The PM and his government are not good managers. The nauseating repetition of the claim that the Tories know what they're doing with the country's finances will not make it so. They've pissed away more money than Madonna on a shopping spree, $1 billion on the G8-20 meeting that put a dent in the world's Perrier supply, and little else. They just plain lost $3.2 billion, and the guy in charge over at Treasury Board is still there. They are such good fiscal managers that we now have the highest deficit in our history, end of quote. With that as the backdrop, let's have a look then at Bill C-4. Unfortunately, its provisions will do nothing to prove the previous statement wrong. Instead of acting on the economy and creating jobs for an agenda of growth, the Conservatives are doing the exact opposite. Instead of creating jobs, they are continuing their ideological attacks on Canadian workers. Fully one-third of the bill is designed solely to undermine the rights of workers. The bill eliminates the basic right of workers to a healthy and safe workplace and continues its attack on the federal public service. Allow me to say just a few words about those outrageous changes. It is no exaggeration to suggest that Bill C-4 places the lives of workers in the federal sector at risk as a result of the cynical amendments that the Conservatives are making to the Canada Labour Code. The bill attacks the right to refuse dangerous work, a hard-fought right that offered basic protection to Canadian workers. By redefining and limiting the word danger and undermining the work and expertise of health and safety officers by giving many of their powers to the minister, the Conservatives are essentially saying that forcing workers to work in unsafe conditions is absolutely fine by them. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that no New Democrat will support that. No worker should ever be forced to work in unsafe conditions. And I cannot believe that any member of the House would ever knowingly vote to put workers in harm's way. I urge my Conservative colleagues to please do the right thing. Respect the rights of workers. With lives literally hanging in the balance, I urge you to ignore the party whip and do what you must know is the right thing to do. Oppose these objectionable changes to Canada's labour laws. In fact, Mr. Speaker, let's delete all of the labour sections from this omnibus bill. The changes that C4 makes to the Public Service Labour Relations Act eliminate binding arbitration as a method to resolve disputes in the public service. What could possibly be the motivation for that, other than to prompt labour unrest and conflict with civil servants? Again, I would say to my Conservative colleagues, if you don't believe in gratuitous attacks on the very people who serve both you as a government and the Canadian public, then vote to oppose this bill. I'm sure all of you heard the interview that your colleague, the MP for Parry Sound Muskoka and President of the Treasury Board, gave on CBC Radio in Ottawa yesterday. It must have given every Conservative backbencher pause. The minister was being asked about sections of the bill that arbitrarily designate what essential services are. This is important, Mr. Speaker, because as you know, any public servants that are deemed essential are not allowed to go on strike. That is a very serious infringement of a fundamental right. In essence, the government is stripping workers of their full collective bargaining rights. In a very tense exchange with the CBC reporter that I referenced above, the minister absolutely refused to spell out how the government will use this new power. The President of the Treasury Board said, quote, "I am waiting for this legislation to pass, and then the details will come forward." Mr. Speaker, that is contempt of Parliament. How can we be asked to vote for something that isn't defined? In the interview, the minister suggested that border guards would be deemed essential, but he hedged on scientists. And when he was asked whether he would clarify who would be deemed essential ahead of the upcoming contract negotiations with a large number of bargaining units over the coming year, the exchange got downright testy. He would not deny that he could change whom he deemed essential at any time, including in the middle of the bargaining process. I would commend the verbatim record of that exchange to all members of this House, and Bill Curry has helpfully reproduced it for us in the Globe and Mail. To recap, Mr. Speaker, we are being asked to approve a bill which fundamentally changes collective bargaining in our country, and yet we're not allowed to know the details before we vote. And instead of being ashamed of that, the minister became downright hostile when interviewed on CBC Radio. That attitude is all of a piece when it comes to the way this Conservative government operates. Whether it's the Senate scandal or this budget bill, there is zero accountability. The Conservatives have utter disdain for Parliament and, by extension, for the Canadians who elect us to represent them here. I'm not worried about my voice being silenced. The government should be so lucky. But I am profoundly worried about a government that believes it is above the law, a government that believes it can do whatever it wants, a government that believes the end always justifies the means. Nothing could be further from the truth. Our number one priority has to be to address the real priorities of Canadians. That's what I was sent here to do, and that's a responsibility that my NDP colleagues and I take very seriously. So no, I can't vote for this budget implementation bill, and I would encourage members on all sides of the House to oppose it with me. At best, we're being asked to adopt a pig in the poke. At worst, we're continuing down a road of stagnating wages, job insecurity, and high household debt. Canadians deserve better. As parliamentarians, we can and must do better. And as the government in waiting, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that an NDP government will do better starting in 2015. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Hamilton Mountain for that very clear and passionate speech. She referenced the CBC exchange, and I've got a bit of the transcript here. The CBC says, "Who will you deem to be essential?" The President of the Treasury Board says, "Well, I'm not going to be on your show to decide that right now, but I think we have to be fair and reasonable on who we deem essential." CBC, "Well, can you give us an example, because people want to know." Treasury Board President, "Border guards." CBC, Okay, I mean scientists, government scientists, would they be deemed essential? President of the Treasury Board, look, you're going through a speculative question and answer, and I'm not going to indulge you with that. CBC, well then, when will you tell the public that? President of the Treasury Board, when we are ready to tell the public. I wonder if the member could tell us what happened next.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
I'd be delighted, Mr. Speaker, because it was absolutely the worst interview I'm sure that any minister's communications assistant has ever seen their minister give. The next question was, and when will that be? Well, first of all, this bill has to be passed. So to engage in speculation when a bill is still before Parliament, I don't think is appropriate. CBC, well, will you make that clarification, though? Will you make it from the outset, or will you make it in the middle of a labour dispute and suddenly deem a group of people essential so that they're not allowed to strike? Minister, let me answer the question this way. I think that whatever we do still has to be fair and reasonable, still subject to judicial review and the rules of natural justice. So I think the answer to your question is the government still has to act reasonably when it acts, and that hasn't changed. The reporter, except for that doesn't answer my question, because what I wanted to know is, are you going to deem essential a certain group of public servants from the outset, or do you have this rolling power to change who you deem essential at any time you want? Minister, I've already given you a fair and reasonable answer to that question. CBC, I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood it, but can you just clarify? The Minister, nope. Next question. Reporter, sorry, you can't clarify your answer to that? Minister, I've already given you a good answer. Thank you. Reporter, I'm sorry, I wasn't satisfied with that answer. Minister, I'm sorry about that. I've given you an answer. That is fair or reasonable answer. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the last question was, okay, let's just try yes or no then. Will you set the group of people who will be deemed essential from the outset? The Minister, I'm waiting for this legislation to pass, and then details will come forward.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Hamilton Mountain for her speech, and I want to thank her because it was perfectly clear to anybody else listening that the NDP is clearly on the side of the public sector unions when it comes to negotiations. And, you know, I didn't hear anything that said we're going to stick up for the taxpayers who are paying the salaries of all the people who are in the public sector unions. Clearly, there's a negotiation that's going to have to occur. And you know, she has the audacity to say she's a government in waiting. Well, it'd be interesting to see if they were ever government in waiting, would they give away the store to the public sector unions? So can she clarify whose side would she be on when it came to sitting down with public sector unions and negotiating? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Hamilton Mountain, order.
It's a bit rich, Mr. Speaker, having a member from the Conservative caucus whose colleagues in the Senate are currently wasting public dollars at record speeds lecturing me about accountability to taxpayers. And I will make no apologies for standing up for workers in the federal civil service. My goodness, he differentiates between those workers and taxpayers as if to suggest that federal public servants don't pay their taxes. Are you kidding me? I will make absolutely no apologies for standing up for decent-paying, family-sustaining jobs in this country, be they in the public sector or the private sector. And collective bargaining rights are fundamental human rights that every member in this House ought to support.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Canada has the strongest job growth among the G7 countries over the world. Our unemployment rate is at its lowest level in 4 years and is significantly lower than that of the United States, a phenomenon that has not been seen in nearly 3 decades. In my riding, Mr. Speaker, unemployment rates are well below 5%, 4%, virtually no unemployment. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, we've created over 1 million net new jobs, nearly 90% of which are full-time, and our government continues to make new opportunities for Canadians to find employment. While other countries continue to struggle with debt that is spiraling out of control, Canada is in the best fiscal position in the G7. Canada still remains on track to return to balanced budgets in 2015-2016. The deficit has been reduced significantly, and we're well on track to bring it to balance. Both the Independent International Monetary Fund and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development are projecting that Canada will have among the strongest growth in the G7 in the years ahead. and real GDP is significantly above pre-recession levels, the best performance in the G7. Mr. Speaker, most Canadians, all Canadians in fact, want this to continue and want us to continue to make progress with respect to the economy, to increasing jobs, and to prosperity for them and their children. However, Mr. Speaker, our government has been very clear. We will not raise taxes on Canadians to balance the budget. I know that the earlier speaker said, well, you won't cut your way to prosperity, but certainly you can't tax your way to prosperity. That's a fundamental difference between this particular government and the opposition. Our government actually has an economic plan that makes sense. As we have repeatedly said, Canada's economy is not immune to the economic challenges from beyond our borders. We have been and will continue to be impacted by the ongoing turbulence in the United States and Europe, some of our most important trading partners. So we're moving forward, focusing on the economy. All the while, we will keep taxes low, meaning more money in the pockets of hardworking Canadians, and that in turn helps keep our economy strong. A recent study by KPMG concluded that Canada's total business tax costs, the corporate income tax, capital taxes, sales tax, property taxes, and wage-based taxes are more than 40% lower than those in the United States. Mr. Speaker, this is what makes us competitive. This is what makes our economy prosper and continues to grow and grow jobs. In short, our government has created an environment that encourages new investment, growth, and job creation, and one that ensures that Canada has the strongest fiscal position and the lowest business tax cost in the G7. Let me share some of the highlights of our tax relief initiatives. Our government has implemented broad-based tax reductions that support investment and growth and is delivering more than $60 billion of tax relief to job-creating businesses over 2008-2009 and the following 5 fiscal years. We have reduced the federal general corporate income tax rate to 15% in 2012 from 21% in 2007 in order to spur investment and productivity. Can you imagine? 21% to 15%. The federal capital tax was eliminated in 2006, and the corporate surtax was eliminated in 2008 for all corporations. This, Mr. Speaker, translates into jobs and an expanded economy. Even more, we reduced the small business tax rate to 11% in 2008 from 12% in 2007, and subsequently the amount of income eligible for this lower rate was increased to $500,000 in 2009. Canada's system of international taxation was strengthened in order to better support cross-border trade and investment and improve fairness. These actions are part of a policy framework that increases the productive capacity of our economy as well as Canadian living standards. Lower general corporate income tax rates and other tax changes have increased the expected rate of return on investment and reduced the cost of capital, giving businesses strong incentives to invest and hire in Canada. This will in turn increase Canada's productive capacity and raise living standards throughout. This bill is great news for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the NDP, who insist on higher taxes, Economic Action Plan 2013 is focused on positive initiatives to support job creation and economic growth while returning to balanced budgets, ensuring Canada's economic advantage remains strong today and into the future. But the job does not end there, Mr. Speaker. Today, C4 will implement key measures from the Economic Action Plan 2013, as well as certain previously announced tax measures to help create jobs, stimulate economic growth, and secure Canada's long-term prosperity. Mr. Speaker, our government's low-tax plan is helping to guide the Canadian economy along the path of sustainable economic growth. C4 builds on our successes and maintains our government's focus on the economy. Mr. Speaker, while we believe in the benefits of lower taxes, our government fully understands that sustaining an effective tax system also rests on the foundation of tax fairness. Today I will discuss some of the key measures we're implementing to do everything possible to ensure Canadians have a fair tax system. That is why Economic Action Plan 2013 is committed to closing tax loopholes that allow a select few businesses and individuals to avoid paying their fair tax. Mr. Speaker, while Canadians work hard and pay their taxes, there are some that choose not to, and we must stop that practice. We must take initiatives to close those loopholes and ensure that the system is fair. The Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants had this to say about Economic Action Plan 2013. The budget looks to close tax loopholes, address aggressive tax planning, clarify tax rules, reduce international tax avoidance and evasion, and improve tax fairness. It also provides the Canada Revenue Agency with new tools to enforce these tax rules. They continued with the strong backing of our initiatives, and they said, we support efforts to maintain the integrity of the tax base. This is high praise, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud of these measures, and I'll elaborate on some of them. Broadening and protecting the tax base supports our government's efforts to return to balanced budgets, responds to provincial governments' concerns about protecting provincial revenues on our shared tax basis, and helps Canadians have confidence that the tax system is fair. Ensuring that everyone pays their fair share also helps to keep taxes low for Canadian families and businesses, thereby improving incentives to work, to save, and to invest in Canada. Since 2006, and including measures proposed in the Economic Action Plan 2013, the government has introduced over 75 measures to improve the integrity of the tax system. Today's legislation takes additional steps in support of this objective, extending the normal assessment period by 3 years for a taxpayer who has failed to report income from a specified foreign property on their annual income tax return and failed to properly file the foreign income verification statement known as T1135. Introducing stiff administrative monetary penalties and criminal offences to deter the use, possession, sale and development of electronic suppression of sales software designed to falsify records for the purpose of tax evasion. Now, our systems, and the internet, computers and software have made it possible for people who try to avoid tax. It's almost hard to believe that you would need such specific legislation, but let me just read some portions of it. In referring to what we now know as electronic cash registers, or devices that keep a register or supporting documents through the means of an electronic device or computer system designed to record transaction data or any other electronic point-of-sale system is what should be in place. But here's a definition of what exists: electronic suppression of sales devices. And this is a software program that falsifies the records of electronic cash registers, including transaction data and transaction reports, or a hidden programming option, whether pre-installed or installed at a later time, embedded in the operating system of an electronic cash register, or hardwired into the electronic cash register, that may be used to create virtually a second till, or may manipulate or eliminate transaction records, which may or may not be preserved in digital formats in order to represent or misrepresent the actual point of transaction sale. Mr. Speaker, this legislation prohibits everyone that uses or that knowingly or under circumstances attributable to neglect, carelessness, or willful default to participate or assent or acquiesce in the use of an electronic suppression of sales device or similar device on pain of penalty. And Mr. Speaker, it also talks about possession of those and those that manufacture or make those, and they put stiff penalties on that to ensure that these types of devices are not used. And that's just one example, Mr. Speaker, of closing tax loopholes to ensure that revenues are not lost. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague's speech, and the problem we have on this side is this government refuses to actually look at the budget as a framework for actually dealing with the finances of the country, and what it does is it continually throws in other matters. So we now have this very obscure process where you can't actually get from the government what their direction is in any given way. And they throw in, for instance, and my question will be around, the fact that they are going to undermine health and safety in this country, and particularly in this city and this region. And I want to know from the member, is he aware that just a couple of years ago we had a horrific accident here? Peter Kennedy, a loyal public servant here, died because of lax health and safety provisions. This budget will further undermine those provisions. Is he aware of that? Does he support weakening health and safety provisions? As he knows, right here in this precinct doesn't actually have health and safety provisions to start with, and he should know that. Is he capable of actually responding to his constituents to say, yes, I'm voting for a weakening of health and safety provisions?
Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Well, certainly there's not a weakening of health and safety provisions. I don't know where this member gets that from. I was, of course, involved in human resources and labor, and we certainly have invested millions of dollars with respect to health and safety of employees, and it's certainly an important factor and something we take very, very seriously. And not only that, but with respect to health transfers to the provinces, we've increased health transfers to the provinces each and every year at record levels, record amounts, far in excess of what the previous Liberal government did. In fact, what they did is they actually reduced the amounts that went in transfers and try to balance their budget on the backs of ordinary Canadians, hardworking Canadians. Now, we said we won't do that, Mr. Speaker. We invest in those areas that are important, and we ensure that we reduce taxes and stimulate the economy so there is a good generation of income so we can look after things like the member mentions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, as I've traveled through my own riding in Guelph, I've talked to a lot of youth. As you know, Mr. Speaker, there are 224,000 less jobs available to youth now than there were before the recession. They're concerned. We have unemployment rate for youth at about 17%, almost twice, more than twice the national average for us adults. What's worse is that that rate is actually more than 25% when you consider the underemployed and you consider those that are not even looking for jobs anymore, Mr. Speaker. They are desperate, and they find nothing in this budget that gives them any promise whatsoever, nothing. I'm wondering what the member opposite has to say about those statistics and what possible hope our youth have if they're going to regain or rejoin our employment force.
Honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, youth unemployment is, of course, an important factor and one that we take very seriously. And if this member were to do his research, he would find that Canada has one of the lowest unemployment rates with respect to other countries in the world. Right. But given that, we've said, look, we want to address that particularly and directly, and we have taken initiatives to design programs to ensure that those that are underprivileged, those that are in positions that don't have the education they need or the job skills, that we've invested funds to be sure that they're able to be part of the economy. We specifically targeted Aboriginal youth. But I can say this. We have created over 1 million net new jobs, nearly 90% full-time, nearly 85% private sector jobs since the global recession in July of 2009. We have the strongest job-creating record in the G7. So I'd ask this member to do some analysis and have a look at where we are today compared to other countries and compare to the previous Liberal government, and we are doing very well. But as always, more, Mr. Speaker, can be done.
It being 1:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Affaires émanant des députés, private members. Consideration at report stage of Bill C-428, Indian Act Amendment and Replacement Act, standing in the name of Mr. Clark.
There are three motions in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-428. Motions numbered 1 to 3 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I shall now propose motions numbered 1 to 3 to the House.
Still here? Ms. Crowder, seconded by... No? Motion number 2. Mr. Clark, seconded by Mr. Trost, moves that Bill C-428 in Clause 3 be amended by replacing line 14 on page 2 with the following. 20 à 25.
20 to 25, 28, 37, 38, 42, 44, 46, 48 to 51, and 58 to 60, and the.
Motion number 3, Mr. Clark, seconded by Mr. Trost, moves that Bill C-428 in Clause 4 be amended by replacing line 20 on page 2 with the following. Minister otherwise orders sections 42 to 52. The honourable member for Desnethie Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Developing and introducing and refining Bill C-428, an act to amend the Indian Act and provide for its replacement, has been a tremendous experience. I would like to thank all those, both my colleagues here in the House today and First Nations across the country, whose input has helped to shape the bill we have before us today. I have stated on several occasions already in the House the rationale behind my introduction of bill and its generations of First Nations dissatisfaction with the Indian Act, something that I have seen First Nations men know firsthand. The Indian Act is a paternalistic document that portrays outdated Canadian values and represents a sad, ignorant period in Canadian history. I first introduced Bill C-428, an act to amend the Indian Act and provide for its replacement, in order to provoke meaningful conversation about the need to repeal this outdated and archaic act to create a more modern and less objectionable legislative framework in its place. I think I've done that. In December of 2011, this was not a topic of discussion.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a point of clarification, I wonder if the Speaker could elucidate for us why those amendments were considered in order, because they could have been presented at committee.
I thank the honourable member for her intervention on this matter. The member will be familiar with, of course, the process for selecting amendments at report stage. We'll take the members concerned under advisement and get back to her perhaps on the point at a later time. This is a process that is followed essentially by precedent in consideration of the committee's work, and a decision is taken on that. The decision has been taken, as was presented here just before we took up debate on the matter. And as the member will know, we have proposed motions numbers 2 and 3, which are now before the House for debate. So we'll continue on and get back to the House as the case may be. The honourable member for Desnethie Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All the proposed changes within this bill have been derived from direct feedback from First Nations members. As First Nations citizens living under the Indian Act, and as a former RCMP officer, enforcing the Act, I know firsthand racist and deliberate nature of laws contained within it. Initially, when I first brought forward this legislation, not everyone fully understood the intention behind this bill. However, when people actually saw the changes that I'm proposing, these misconceptions were swiftly erased. Despite only having limited resources available to me as a private member, I'm delighted to have had the opportunity to discuss the finer points of the bill with many prominent members, both leaders and community members of First Nations across Canada. The fact remains that everyone agrees that the Indian Act is an archaic and fundamentally bigoted piece of legislation that to the day-to-day lives of First Nations and must go. No other Canadian is subject to such an offensive piece of legislation that interferes in their day-to-day lives. Any concerns that this bill was an attempt to totally eliminate the Indian Act and leave nothing in its stead have long since been laid to rest. However, I believe that the practical and incremental changes proposed in this bill can lead to a further meaningful conversation about the Indian Act could be dismantled and be replaced. It is important to highlight that Bill C-428 includes a mandate to ensure ongoing consultations between First Nations and the Crown working together to ultimately repeal and replace the entire Indian Act. Though this piece of legislation does not represent a complete replacement of the Indian Act, I believe it's the first step of meaningful change. The fact that my private member's bill has generated so much attention is indicative of the ongoing sensitivity of issues which surround the Indian Act. During the course of the formulation of this private member's bill, I have written on 6 separate occasions to more than 600 First Nations communities across Canada and have asked them to share information about my bill with their membership and provide me with their feedback. The input generated by these letters have been integral to the continuing development of my private member's bill. Additionally, I've had the pleasure of holding discussions with numerous First Nation leaders and activist organizations and groups about the nature of the Indian Act and the changes I'm proposing. It's been my honor to hold information sessions with First Nations bands and major organizations in Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia, Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec. I have given presentations to student groups, Aboriginal professionals, and interested non-Aboriginals on the nature of Bill C-428. Also, a YouTube video explaining the bill has been made available to all members of the public. I did 2 national teletown halls on this bill just last spring. 2 First Nations. I have been advertising widely since August 2012 on Aboriginal radio across the West and also in my writing asking for input on my bill. My Parliament website of Canada website hosts a section devoted to the bill and contains a survey seeking input. All these actions are initiatives to provide a wealth of information sharing with knowledge and appreciate the viewpoints of traveling in both directions. I'm proud to say that I have the support of many First Nations members and bands within and outside of my own riding. I would like to take this opportunity to briefly summarize some areas of this bill. The Indian Act has created barriers between First Nations and the rest of Canada. These barriers are economic, cultural, and societal. Our government is committed to supporting First Nations and creating the conditions for them to become healthier and more self-sufficient while breaking down these barriers. One of my goals in the creation of this bill was to remove unused, archaic, irrelevant, and offensive sections of the Indian Act. For instance, the section requiring First Nations to gain the approval of the minister before enacting bylaws on their own First Nations lands. Bill C-428 will remove this requirement, allowing First Nation councils to create and publish their own laws much in the same way and manner that any other local government is allowed to enact a local law. No other community or level of government in Canada requires the permission of the minister to enact such laws. These sections are part of a complex legal underbrush which makes the Indian Act an irrelevant, antiquated piece of legislation.
2 minutes.
Although incremental, the changes I am proposing are concrete actions which create enduring changes in the lives of First Nation citizens. Bill C-420 will also remove references to residential schools from the Indian Act. And as a grandson of 2 residential school survivors, I have seen firsthand the devastating effects that residential schools had on our people. There is no place in Canadian law in the year 2012 or 13 for residential schools. I can't wait for the reference of this shameful period of our nation's history to be erased from the books. This bill would also ensure consultation on the eventual repeal and replacement of the Indian Act, with a more modern and respectful document that would treat First Nations governments with mutual respect. By legislating the requirement of the annual report from the Minister on the progress made towards repealing and replacing the Indian Act, we ensure the process is kept on track. This process acknowledges that part of the Indian Act, as it stands, have served and can continue to serve well for First Nations communities. To quote the Prime Minister, the Indian Act cannot be replaced overnight, but through use of existing tools and the development of new mechanisms, both parties can create the conditions to enable sustainable and successful First Nations. That is why, in the heart of Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, we as parliamentarians and Canadians simply need to have the courage and political will and what will take these first steps of incremental steps towards a better relationship between our federal government and Canada's First Nations. As my colleagues should be aware, a number of further improvements to my Prime Minister's bill were made at the committee stage. For example, due to the change in the sections of the Indian Act dealing with bylaws. We are just adjusting the wording of the bill to ensure that First Nation communities maintain their right to control alcohol on reserve. In addition, we made another change that would provide flexibility in the publication of bylaws so that First Nations could choose the manner in which they wish to inform their membership and visitors to their communities of the laws they have passed. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I can find no one who would support the continuation of the failed colonial, fundamentally racist Indian Act, which served as a template for South African apartheid. Apartheid was abolished in South Africa in 1994, yet the Indian Act, the parent legislation, is still part of Canadian law in 2013. Bill C-428 will kickstart the process by which we can bring our government's relationship with Canada's First Nations out of the 19th century and into a modern era. I would be proud to have had a hand in the creation of a better world for First Nations through the repeal of this bigoted Indian Act and as replacement with a more modern and respectful document. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly want to commend the member for bringing forward a piece of legislation that he feels is important to him, but I do have to question whether he feels a private member can supplant the government's duty to consult. The Supreme Courts have reaffirmed the fact that the government's duty to consult, the Crown's duty to consult, cannot be delegated to any other organization or authority. And although the member says has taken trouble to inform his constituents and others about his intentions, I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that that does not constitute the legal duty to consult by the Crown. And I wonder if he could comment on whether he's leading us to believe that a member can supplant the Crown's duty to consult.
The honourable member for Desnathy, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, listening to my colleague on the other side of the House, it's the same paternalistic approach that they're taking to dictate to myself, being a First Nations. Having lived the life under the Indian Act and listening to this individual criticize and not having had to experience what the Indian Act has to do on an individual from the time you're born until the time you die, but the decisions are still made by the minister. Having gone out and gone through the whole, from Manitoba, Alberta, Saskatchewan, British Columbia, meeting with individuals, asking for their input. I started with one draft back in 2011, December 7th, and the outright was repeal the Indian Act. But however, listening to individuals and First Nations across the country, this is what have got to the current stage now it is, to amend the Indian Act, repeal outdated sections, and basically start a new process of consultation which legislates the government to work close hand with First Nations.
Here, here. So we got a Friday afternoon bonus question into the mix this afternoon. We normally don't do questions and comments at the report stage of private members' business, as members will recall. So we're resuming debate. The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for that opportunity to pose a question to the mover of the bill. I'm, of course, rising to speak to Bill C-428, and I want to start with a quote from the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples. And this is in their Volume 1. The Commission recommends a commitment to ethical principles of relations. It says, to begin the process, the federal, provincial, and territorial governments, on behalf of the people of Canada and national Aboriginal organizations, on behalf of the Aboriginal peoples of Canada, commit themselves to building a renewed relationship based on the principles of mutual recognition, mutual respect, sharing, and mutual responsibility. These principles to form the ethical basis of relations between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal societies in the future, and to be enshrined in a new royal proclamation and its companion legislation. And of course, Mr. Speaker, what we know is this report came forward in 1996 and has largely been unimplemented. And I read that piece around ethical relations because it would seem to me that those principles of mutual respect, mutual recognition are important principles when we're going to reform any legislation that has an impact on First Nations. I want to talk just a little bit about the Indian Act itself, because as the member has rightly pointed out, the Indian Act is a paternalistic a piece of legislation. From a document called Like an Ill-Fitting Boot, Government, Governance and Management Systems in the Contemporary Indian Act, I wanted to read a couple of pieces. They started out by saying, today the Indian Act is the repository of the struggle between Indian peoples and colonial and later Canadian policymakers for control of Indian people's destiny within Canada. The marks of that struggle can be seen in almost every one of its provisions. They go on to outline a couple of major problems with the Indian Act. It says the Indian Act appears to be a legislative fossil. It reflects administrative and organizational practices that were characteristic of public institutions in the early and mid-20th centuries, but that have been modified and superseded in other governments. The Act relies upon regulation, top-down authorities, fiscal control, and enforcement. Today, most Canadian governments and other organizations rely upon collegial decision-making and policy development, policy research, human resource development, management accounting systems, and citizen engagement. The Indian Act does not mention these things, and the basic provisions do not leave much room for them. The Indian Act has a powerful impact on the quality of democracy in banned governments. Having the force of law and backed by financial power, the Act mandates one particular set of institutions and practices to the exclusions of others. In this way, it affects the abilities of First Nations to shape most accountable and democratic governments. They go on to say few people are satisfied with the Indian Act, but no one will deny its importance. And, Mr. Speaker, this is the point around why it's important to have a very respectful, thoughtful, collaborative process in order to replace the Indian Act. The authors go on to say, for the individuals to whom it applies, the Act is a basic and specific constitutional document. It defines their rights and entitlements, their citizenship, and their relationship to the federal and provincial governments. It provides the mechanisms that include or exclude them from membership in a band. For First Nations, it creates the framework within which both public and First Nations officials and political leaders must work, profoundly shaping the nation's and political and economic life. And Mr. Speaker, that in itself has been a long-standing argument about why governments of various political stripes should not be piecemealing, taking apart the Indian Act. It has major repercussions and implications for First Nations relationships both amongst the nations themselves and with the government. Finally, the authors go on to say that it is obvious that the original Indian Act was not created with the self-determination of First Nations communities in mind. Its original purpose was to determine federal officials to control First Nations and to enable social engineering, the coercive transformation of Indigenous societies and governments to bring them into line with the purposes and visions of the Canadian government. And so, Mr. Speaker, with that kind of background, it becomes absolutely critical that what happens when there are proposed changes to the Indian Act, that there is a process put in place that is co-created with First Nations. And on that point, I want to refer to Article 19 in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Article 19 says states shall consult and cooperate in good faith with the Indigenous peoples concerned with their own representative institutions in order to obtain their free, prior, and informed consent before adopting and implementing legislative or administrative measures that may affect them. And, Mr. Speaker, in that context, with all due respect to the member, he is not the Crown. He is an individual in this House, and he does not have the authority or the resources to implement a consultation process. And, you know, he may well have talked to First Nations, he may well have talked to other organizations, but that does not meet the test of duty to consult. With regards to this bill, in April, we received, the committee received a document from Paul Chartrand Consultants. And in that document, Mr. Chartrand said, "My first recommendation is a policy that no amendment to the Act is to be proposed or introduced in Parliament without first conducting proper consultations with First Nations representatives, and that all bills be drafted in consultation with them. This approach would tend to promote the democratic principle that laws ought not to be passed without the agreement of those who are to bear the burdens or reap the benefits of the legislation. This approach would at least partly remedy the lack of equitable representation and participation of First Nations in Canada's Parliament." Now, Mr. Speaker, in the event that the government struggles with what appropriate consultation would look like, I'd like to refer them to their own ministerial representative, Wendy Grant-John's report on matrimonial real property, and she laid out a process for what consultation could look like. She said the department should develop as soon as possible specific policies and procedures relating to consultation in order to ensure that future consultation activities can identify and discharge any legal duty to consult while also fulfilling the objectives of good governance and public policy by, and the following. 1. Ensuring First Nations have relevant information to the issues for decision in a timely manner. 2. Providing an opportunity for First Nations to express their concerns and views on potential impacts of the legislative proposal and issues relating to the existence of a duty to consult. 3. Listening to, analyzing, and seriously considering the representation and concerns of First Nations in the context of relevant legal and policy principles, including their relationship to other constitutional and human rights principles. 4. Ensuring proper analysis by the Department of Justice of Section 35 issues relating to any proposed legislative initiatives are thoroughly canvassed before, during, and after consultations. 5. Seriously considering proposals for mitigating potentially negative impacts on Aboriginal and treaty rights or other rights and interests of First Nations and making necessary accommodations by changing the government's proposal. And number 6, establishing in consultation with First Nations a protocol for the development of legislative proposals. And, Mr. Speaker, we can see time and time again where legislation is brought forward in this House that does not meet those 6 criteria, very ably outlined by Wendy Grant-John in her report for the the then Minister of Aboriginal Affairs. I want to turn as well. There are international conventions around proposals for what consultation should look like in a domestic setting, and this is from Convention number 169 from the International Labour Organization, also known as the ILO. They have a specific section on consultation and participation. The spirit of consultation and participation constitutes the cornerstone of Convention number 169, on which all its provisions are based. The Convention requires that Indigenous and tribal peoples are consulted on issues that affect them. It also requires that these peoples are able to engage in free, prior, and informed participation in policy and development processes that affect them. The principles of consultation and participation in Convention number 169 relate not only to specific development projects, but also to broader questions of governance and the participation of Indigenous and tribal peoples in public life. In Article 6, the Convention provides a guideline as to how consultation with Indigenous and tribal peoples should be concluded. Consultation with Indigenous peoples should be undertaken through appropriate procedures in good faith and through the representative institutions of these peoples. The peoples involved should have the opportunity to participate freely in all levels in the formulation, implementation, and evaluation of measures and programs that affect them directly. Another important component of the concept of consultation is that of representativity. If an appropriate consultation process is not developed with the Indigenous and tribal institutions or organizations that are truly representative of the peoples in question, then the resulting consultations would not comply with the requirements of the Convention. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, with respect to the member, the process that he has undertaken does not fulfill either domestic or international parameters for duty to consult, and I would argue that all members in this House should vote against that bill. The Indian Act changes have far-reaching effects, and they must be undertaken in a responsible, respectful manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we resume debate, I would just like to take a moment to get back to the honourable member for Nanaimo, Cowichan and the House in respect to the point of order that she raised earlier in this hour. As I alluded to in the course of my comments at the time, the practice of taking up consideration of selection or non-selection of amendments at report stage is a practice that the Speaker takes under consideration in the normal course and with the precedents of the House. I would like to draw to the attention of the House from March 21st, 2001, on a decision by, at that time, Speaker Milliken. He concludes, after a considerable preamble on this very point, that finally, quote, finally the Chair intends to maintain its current practice of not providing justification for the selection of amendments or reasons for the non-selection of amendments at the time of a report stage ruling. Members may have recollected that there has been some exceptional occasions when the Speaker has provided additional explanation in respect of these reasons. I would point out, however, that this only occurs at the time when those circumstances are exceptional. In this particular case, the selection of report stage amendments was the usual practice and the consideration was given at that time, and that I would remind the House that these decisions are indeed final. So we're resuming debate. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member for Kingston and the Islands and the successor to former Speaker Milliken, it's an interesting coincidence, but perhaps it's not a coincidence that he remains so present. I saw him in my riding yesterday, saw him in the lobby for lunch, just heard about a precedent from one of his rulings. Mr. Speaker, I just thought I would take advantage of this point to again remind this House of the service that Speaker Milliken rendered to this body. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise today to speak to C-428. I'd like to begin by saying that I do believe that the decision of the member for Desnethe-Missinippi-Churchill River to bring forward this private member's bill was rooted in good intentions. There is no question that the Indian Act is the embodiment of failed colonial and paternalistic policies, which have denied First Nations their rights and a fair share in resources. It has fostered mistrust and created systemic barriers to the self-determination and success of First Nations. However, the elimination of these barriers requires the Government of Canada to engage directly with First Nations on a nation-to-nation basis and establish a formal process to replace the Indian Act with new agreements. This private member's bill, no matter how well-intentioned, is not the way forward. This is what witness after witness made crystal clear during the committee hearings. Ms. Jody Wilson-Raybould, representing the Assembly of First Nations, told the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, "I commend MP Clark's leadership in bringing forward this bill to further stimulate the conversation about what actually needs to be done to move forward. Unfortunately, Bill C-428 is not the solution. We need strong and appropriate governance, not tinkering with the Indian Act, creating perhaps the illusion of progress," end quote. Michelle Odette, president of the Native Women's Association of Canada, told the committee, quote, "Yes, we need to get rid of the Indian Act, but not this way, not the way it's proposed." She went on to say, quote, "I urge you, members of Parliament, to withdraw or to abandon this legislation and to please make sure that we will be part of such changes as community members, as mothers, and for the rest of women across Canada," end quote. During the Crown First Nations gathering, the Prime Minister said his government would not repeal or unilaterally rewrite the Indian Act. But in effect, this is exactly what this private member's bill, with the wholehearted support of this government, purports to do. The member for Desnethe Missinipi Churchill River is proposing to amend numerous sections of the Indian Act without consulting in any meaningful way with First Nations across Canada about the possible impacts of those changes, or whether these changes reflect the priorities of First Nations. The member for Desnethe Missinipi Churchill River himself, when speaking to the committee, conceded that he, as an individual member of Parliament, has neither the financial nor human capacity to do a proper consultation. He said, quote, "A private member's bill in the House of Commons does not have the financial or human resources for me to conduct a full-scale consultation," end quote. He went on later to say, quote, "Currently, the federal government has the mandate to do a formal consultation. They have the capacity, they have the budgets, they have the individuals and the human resources to do the formal consultation," end quote. Those are the words of the member for Desnethe Missinipi Churchill River. In fact, as was made clear by the Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations, FSIN, the member for Desnethe Missinipi Churchill River even failed to consult substantively with First Nations in his own province before he tabled his bill. In a public statement last fall, the then FSIN interim chief, Bobby Cameron, commented on this legislation, saying, quote, "There are too many unanswered questions. The FSIN demands meaningful consultation and accommodation before anything is changed or replaced in the Indian Act." He went on to say, quote, "The private member's bill is a red herring used to distract from the real issues the Conservative government is not addressing, such as comparable education funding, housing, economic development, and health care. Appealing and amending the Indian Act will not address these outstanding treaty issues." The result of this complete lack of prior consultation was a profoundly flawed piece of legislation riddled with unintended consequences. Even though the government enthusiastically supported the bill at second reading, they conceded at committee that it required major work. For instance, a significant portion of the bill was directed at amending portions of the Indian Act that dealt with wills and estates. After extensive expert testimony at committee, it became clear that there were numerous unintended consequences regarding everything from Indian customary adoptions to how a common law spouse would be treated. With the agreement of the Conservative majority on the committee, the entire portion of the bill dealing with wills and estates was voted down. There were also serious problems with the repeal of Section 85(1) of the Indian Act, which would have created complications for First Nations that wished to maintain bylaws prohibiting or regulating intoxicants. This clause also had to be amended to prevent the potentially devastating impact of restricting First Nations communities' ability to declare reserves dry. There were many other amendments made at committee to try to limit the potential unintended negative impacts of the original bill, but questions still remain about what still unknown impacts this tinkering will have. For instance, when the government and the member for Desnethe Missinipi Churchill River tried to fix some of the unintended consequences of the legislation during clause-by-clause at committee, they unintentionally created further problems. The bill as presented now makes various sections of the Indian Act applicable to designated lands in a way that the member for Desnethe Missinipi Churchill River never intended. I understand this error is the subject of report stage amendments, but this is simply further evidence that trying to tinker in this way with such a profoundly complicated and important piece of legislation as the Indian Act is reckless and sets a very dangerous precedent. I urge members to heed the warnings of First Nations leaders that, regardless of any positive intentions behind this private member's bill, this is not the way to move beyond the outdated and colonial Indian Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed a pleasure to join in this debate. It is disappointing, but unfortunately not surprising to see that the opposition once again is standing up for the status quo when it comes to First Nations issues. Our government knows that for too many years, 137 years to be exact, First Nations communities have been governed by an outdated and archaic Indian Act that has been holding them back from achieving their full potential. That's why I'm proud to speak today in this House in support of this bill brought forward by my colleague, the member from Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River, which seeks to modernize certain outdated sections of the Indian Act that will help to empower First Nations community, take the minister out of the equation, and create the conditions for healthier, more self-sufficient First Nations communities. Our government believes that it is time to take action to address and confront the issues contained within the Indian Act. Our government and our Prime Minister have also been very clear that no grand scheme exists to unilaterally replace the Indian Act. Quite the contrary, Mr. Speaker. Our government remains committed to working with willing First Nations to make changes to elements of the Indian Act that are barriers to First Nations governance and economic growth. At the Crown First Nations gathering in January 2012, the Prime Minister stated of the Indian Act, quote, "After 136 years, that tree has deep roots. Blowing up the stump would just leave a big hole." Creativity and collaboration, as provided by this bill, will go a long way toward the practical, incremental changes that are required. I want to commend my colleague from Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River for his willingness to bring forward this bill. His own personal story as a First Nations individual, having grown up under this Act, is a compelling one that has led him to take action. His private member's bill is a positive step in the right direction. It proposes concrete action that would provide greater autonomy to First Nations, lessen the role of ministerial involvement in the day-to-day lives of First Nations citizens, and give back the responsibility for several key areas, such as bylaw-making powers, over the First Nations where it rightly belongs. This is consistent with our government's own approach to providing First Nations with practical, incremental, and real alternatives to the Indian Act that will lead to real results for grassroots First Nations people and enable them to achieve greater self-sufficiency and prosperity. For example, just this past month, I was pleased to attend an event in my home province of British Columbia with the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development to announce that 18 more First Nations, including 6 from my own riding of Chilliwack-Fraser Canyon, Sham, Skowlitz, Swali, Boothroyd, Chawathil, and Skupa, have joined the First Nations land management regime. This regime exempts these First Nations from 34 land-related sections of the Indian Act and allows them to develop a land code to manage their own reserve land and resources so that they can take greater advantage of economic activities in their communities without having to wade through bureaucratic red tape. As my honourable colleague has already noted, several technical improvements were made to the bill at the committee stage in order to address some of the concerns that First Nations had raised and to ensure that First Nations are best able to take advantage of these modernized provisions in the Indian Act. For example, Section 85(1) of the Indian Act has to do with the ability of First Nations to pass their own bylaws related to intoxicants, or in other words, to create a dry reserve. An amendment that was made at committee ensured that First Nation communities would maintain their right to control alcohol on their reserves. In addition, the committee made another change that would provide First Nations with greater flexibility in the publication of bylaws so that they could choose the manner in which they choose to inform their community members about changes to their bylaws, either through a First Nations internet site, the First Nations Gazette, or a newspaper that has general circulation on the banned lands. Also, the committee heard from a number of witnesses about the complexity of moving forward with Clause 7, having to do with the administration of wills and estates, and the need to study this further or risk creating an even more confusing regime than already exists. As a result, Mr. Speaker, the committee agreed to delete this clause during clause-by-clause consideration. The remaining 2 coordinating amendments, however, that must be made to Clause 3 and 4 of the proposed bill in order to move it forward. These motions seek to correct an oversight during clause-by-clause consideration of the bill at committee following the removal of the wills and estates section of the bill. To not make these amendments, Mr. Speaker, would create unnecessary uncertainty and confusion for First Nations. Instead of taking the minister out of the equation, by not making these coordinating amendments to Clauses 3 and 4, it would actually extend the minister's authority over wills and estates to all those living on designated lands and to all status Indians, clearly not the intention of my honourable colleague's bill. Mr. Speaker, these are all changes that are consistent with the direction that our government has been taking for the past 6 years, which is one that is focused on bringing forward initiatives that will unlock this economic development potential by removing certain barriers to First Nation governance that currently exist under the Indian Act. Ultimately, I believe that this bill is yet another example of the concrete action our government is taking to empower First Nation communities to manage their own affairs and to encourage stronger, more accountable, and prosperous First Nations communities where First Nations citizens have access to the same rights as all other Canadians. Our government is proud to support this bill, and I urge all members of this House to help us swiftly pass it into law. First Nations have waited long enough for changes to the Indian Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I start, I'd just like to clarify something that the previous speaker said, that the opposition didn't want to take part in this Indian Act, but I want to make it clear that the official opposition wants to get rid of the Indian Act, but we want to do it by consulting with the First Nations. We don't want to act like the Conservatives and tell the First Nations what they want. We want them to tell us what they want. That's something strange for the Conservative Party. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to speak on this legislation concerning amendments to the Indian Act. This bill is important as it deals with deleting sections of Indian Act on wills and estates, sales of produce, trade, and certain people and the sections on residential schools. It also calls on the government to make an annual report to Parliament on its progress on dismantling the Indian Act. However, it is important for other reasons too. I'm always happy to have another opportunity to speak about the 4 First Nation communities in Nickel Belt, and specifically a few recent events that relate very much to the matter of consulting with First Nations communities, an important element of our debate. Nickel Belt First Nation communities are Nipissing First Nations and Atikamasing Anishinaabe, which I will speak about later. Also, the Wanapitei First Nations, which is extensively involved with Glencore Extrata mining projects, and they monitor the environment for this mining company along with the water, and they do this because Glencore Extrata consulted with the First Nations. That's very important. The other First Nations in my community is the Matagami First Nations. And they're in works, and they work very closely with a company called I Am Gold. And the reason why they work very closely with this mining company is because the mining company consulted with the Matagami First Nations, and they worked very well together. And if the Conservative was to start consulting with the First Nations, they would find out that the First Nations are really interested in consulting, but unfortunately the Conservatives are not. These First Nations make contributions to the social and economic life of our region, given some of the urgent crises and conditions in some First Nations communities in the country. I want to say that these 4 communities find themselves in pretty good shape. This is the result of their leadership and community members. It is not to say that there's no challenges, but it is to recognize the work that has been done there. When I see a bill like this regarding changes being made that so affect the lives of our Aboriginal and First Nation members, I want to assume that they have been consulted about the changes. That would be a bad assumption in this case, with this bill. Sadly, it is a bad assumption, given the sorry record of the Conservatives and the past Liberal governments. We do not support this bill for several reasons, including this very lack of glaring lack of consultation. The sponsor did not consult with First Nations before presenting this bill. I was in his riding this summer, Mr. Speaker, and his constituents are very, very upset with him because he did not consult with them before he presented this bill. It may be all well and good to delete some archaic provisions of the Indian Act, like the sale of produce. However, it is not right to proceed to delete other sections like the provisions on wills and estates that would put First Nations citizens living on reserve in legal limbo because there is no guarantee that provincial legislation will appear to protect them. Equally important, we object to the deletion of the provision on residential schools. This was supposed to be a government legislation, not hidden in a private member's bill. New Democrats would like to see those provisions dealt with by the minister as promised to First Nations at the First Truth and Reconciliation National Ceremony. Let me tell you about these recent events in my First Nations communities that underline importance of consultation with them. The Nipissing First Nations, back in 2003, when the census, the Commission on Boundaries decided that they were going to split the Nipissing First Nation in two, a third of it coming to Nickel Belt and two-thirds going to the Nipissing riding. That commission did not consult with the First Nations. They didn't consult with them, and they made a very, very bad decision. Fortunately, this last commission is going to make this decision right. And how did they make this decision right? By joining the community together and by consulting with the First Nations. They consulted with the First Nations to see what they wanted. And they made it clear, the Nipissing First Nations, that they wanted to be together in one riding. And thankfully for the Commission, they listened to them. Nipissing First Nations also has just recently concluded a $124 million land claim settlement. It will, in the next month, be receiving financial compensation for over 100,000 acres that were lost to them due to inaccurate survey done long ago. I was happy to do my part in getting the payment out to the Nipissing First Nation members, and I congratulate the Minister for his role as well. I mention this because, again, the land claim settlement came about from consultation and listening. This must be at the heart of righting the relationships with our Aboriginal brothers and sisters. My second event to cite is a recent CBC radio town hall I was happy to participate in that took place at the Atimikshin Anishinaabeg First Nation. It addressed many pressing national and regional issues concerning them. And the town hall was called Aboriginally Living Together. And it was the conversation about Canada's relationship with First Nations has reached a critical point, and that relationship is critical to successful communities in northeastern Ontario. And I'd like to thank Marcus Schwabe from CBC for putting this on. It was very informative and very good. And we talked about a lot of issues during that town hall. And there was a round table set up. And we had Mrs. Napus on this round table. We had Chief Miller on this round table. And we had John Rodriguez, an educator and former mayor. Plus we had a Franco-Ontarian artist married to a First Nations person. And we talked about a lot of things during this panel discussion, Mr. Speaker. But the thing that impressed me the most was the number of people in that community centre. The majority of them, the vast majority of them, were white people. And every single one of them who got up to speak said that this government should consult with the First Nations. And that's exactly how this opposition feels. Mr. Speaker, for many years, First Nations have said that the Indian Act is holding back progress. It does govern almost every aspect of life for people living on reserves. In July 21, at the annual meeting of the Assembly of First Nations National Chief, Sean Adlio said it was time to set aside the Indian Act and dismantle the Department of Indian Affairs to create two smaller departments, one to administer a government-to-government relationship and the other to provide services to First Nations. He also said that it was a process that must be led by the First Nations. Again, Mr. Speaker, consultations. New Democrats want to work with First Nations to develop modern legislation that helps First Nation communities thrive. This process must be led by the First Nations, and and deal with the priorities like education for First Nations children that have been identified. New Democrats do not want to tinker with the Indian Act and make any changes that would have unintended consequences. There needs to be a detailed study of changes that must be made and how that should happen. That the example of provincial law not necessarily being applicable on reserve in the case of descent of property, wills and estates is one simple example. AFN National Chief Sean Atleo, who has repeatedly called for the abolition of the Indian Act, criticized the unilateral approach taken by the sponsor of this bill in introducing legislation of such significance without the involvement of First Nations. How much time, Mr. Speaker? In closing, Mr. Speaker, the result of this unilateral approach are as predictable as they are tragic. The Auditor General says that over the years things have gotten worse and the gap in the quality of life is widening. We must have genuine consultation. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity here to conclude the debate for today. It is my privilege to conclude debate on this piece of legislation. I have known the honourable member who's proposed this legislation since he first ran in a by-election. I had the privilege of campaigning with him as we went from town to town. In fact, in one town we actually there was a five-finger discount done to his gasoline in his truck, and we sort of ran out of fuel. So we got to talk with some of his constituents instead of at the door at the gas station as we tried to make it around. So I've known this honourable member since he got here, since before he got here. And one of the things I have most appreciated about him is his passion for his people, his passion for the people of his constituency, for the people that have been a part of his life. And I also appreciate in this legislation he is taking his real-life personal experiences and using it to craft this legislation. We often are called upon, Mr. Speaker, to debate legislation in this House that we don't have necessarily a very intimate or personal stake in. But sometimes we are, and for this member, that's one of the reasons he brought this legislation. And I think that's one of the reasons why this legislation is of the quality it is and will do the things, because it comes out of his own real-life experience. And for that, I want to congratulate him. I want to congratulate him for what he's done. This is totally and truly a private member's piece of legislation. I know we talked about this before he even proposed this to the House. So I want to congratulate him for doing something that is substantive, that will affect the people of his constituency, and that will make life better for all Canadians who will be affected by this in one way or the other. Now, as has been noted by other members of this House, virtually every aspect of life on a First Nations reserve is controlled by the Indian Act. And therefore, it should not be a surprise to anyone who understands that free markets, free enterprise, the right to property, those very basic fundamental things which we in the Western world and increasingly in the entire world have understood contribute to wealth and contribute to well-being. It should not be a surprise that when it's understood that a government, through regulation, through legislation, through bureaucracy, controls those aspects of your life, you have not been able to have the prosperity that's been enjoyed by all Canadians. And therefore, the Indian Act is a barrier, and my notes here say the economic development of First Nations, not just the economic development, but the whole broader development of the broader society, the development of individuals, the development of families. Because as we have proven, again, in Canada and in other nations around the world, fundamental liberties, fundamental principles allow people to grow, to prosper, and to become what they want to be without the overbearing hands of the state. Now, the member for Dennisippi, Mississippi, Churchill Rivers, private member bill, would remove segments of the Indian Act that prevents First Nations from selling items produced on their own land. Now think about this. For members who are here through the wheat board debate and would often find it funny, strange, unusual that farmers could go to jail for selling wheat, think about it. Every piece of produce, everything that you grow, you are not free to sell from your own farmland. If one has a vegetable farm, if one has a wheat farm, if one produces cattle, you are not in complete control of your own property. That seems completely unreasonable to anyone who's been involved in business, to anyone who's had a house, to anyone else in Canadian society. But that is actually a part of the Indian Act. And this unreasonable statute, this unreasonable regulation needs to be put away and needs to be taken care of. Now, people will note that this element of the Indian Act is not often enforced, but it's still there. And as the member has pointed out in his speech and other members, there are multitude instances, there are multitude illustrations of these sort of archaic items, items which should have never been there in the first place, not in the past, not in the present, and not in the future, that are still there in the Indian Act. And these pieces of archaic legislation, these archaic clauses in the Indian Act, can be enforced. It is an active piece of legislation, and it can be used selectively at the discretion of the agents of the minister. And as we all know, legislation that is on the books and is not being enforced should either be enforced or removed from law. It serves no purpose. Now, Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, in the opinion of many people in the House, in the opinion of many persons in the First Nations community, we have entered into a new era of cooperation between First Nations and this government. And this member who's proposed this legislation is one of those examples, coming from a riding that is approximately half First Nation in its population. First Nations people of Canada do not want to be excluded from entering into our modern economy. They do not want to be held back through government legislation. They do not want to be held back from free enterprise, from the ability to make with their own hands prosperity, with their own property, their own livelihoods. Prominent chiefs in the First Nations community have expressed their desire to increase their participation in the Canadian economy and ultimately the international economic sphere. But by restricting trade and opportunity for First Nations, we are perpetuating, and my notes here say, an antiquated 19th century mentality. Mr. Speaker, even in the 19th century, many people understood that this was wrong, and unfortunately not enough of them stood up to stop this legislation when it was first introduced. But this ancient mentality that government knows best, this idea, medieval idea that if you have a king who's all-knowing, all-wise, we cannot permit freedom, it is freedom that ultimately brings prosperity, and it's freedom that's been denied to the Aboriginal people through large elements of the Indian Act. So eliminating this law from the books removes the possibility of its injudicious application. The law itself is an example of bigotry. It may not have been intended by the people who voted for it, but ultimately that is the result. In that it exempts one specific ethnic group from the rights that all other Canadians enjoy. And this is something I think people need to actually understand. The previous member for Saskatoon-Humboldt in my riding had a major interest in this issue, and he was very good at cursing the darkness without always offering a candle to light the way. And he used to always criticize and go after the Indian Act and say because it brings special privileges and special rights and more benefits to people who are under it. What I always wanted to ask him and never got around to is how does having more government in your life, more government interference, actually help? If it was such a benefit, if it was such something positive, we would have seen those results. And frankly, as every Canadian knows, we have not. Being under the Indian Act is not something that has helped our First Nations communities to develop, either economically or socially or culturally. And therefore, the discrimination of this Act and the way that it prevents people from enjoying their freedoms needs to be repealed. First Nation residents are unable to own their own land. This hinders the ability to obtain loans and capital which to build homes or improve property. and was noted earlier they cannot grow produce that they have grown themselves. Mr. Speaker, it is long past due to allow First Nation members the ability to generate wealth and prosperity by furnishing them with the rights every other Canadian has taken for granted. By giving First Nations real control over the use of their own lands, we can open the door to economic development and renewal. By paving the way for a more modern Indian Act, we also pave the way for a more modern First Nations, who could fully participate in the Canadian economy without a multitude of crippling restrictions. Mr. Speaker, I close today with these general points. I wish to thank the member for bringing this issue to the House. I will be supporting it. I will be supporting it because it's good for all Canadians, First Nation and non-First Nation alike. Thank you.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
And it being 2:30 p.m., this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.